Hello and welcome to First Geek 411 for a special episode of Faithful Hedrons. We will be running a one shot with some special guests. I'll have them introduce themselves here in just a moment, but I'm your dungeon master this evening, Chris Nicolay. And joining us from our normal podcast as player characters, we have Shanine
Hello.
and Emma.
Hi.
But the important people are our guests. So joining us, uh, Andrea.
Hi.
Hi. Tell us a little about yourself and what you're geeky about, and how how often you play D&D, I guess.
Okay. I was not prepared for this.
Sorry, I should have mentioned it. Sometimes
okay.
we interrogate.
Totally fair. Yeah. I'm what I'm geeky about. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah. I love comics and like Marvel and DC stuff. Watch a lot of anime
That's why I like
and
to hear.
play D&D pretty regularly, but I'm kind of on the newer end. I've only been playing for like maybe a little over a year. So
Awesome. Well, we're happy to have you. And Keela. I hope I'm saying these right. I don't know. I should have prepared better. Okay.
Hello. I am a writer primarily, and I am geeky about Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, Doctor Who, Star Wars, all the things.
All the buzzwords.
Any geeky thing, I'm probably into it. And my hope is to write the next great thing for people to geek over about. So yeah, this is my first time playing D&D though. This is not a thing I have geeked out about yet, but I'm excited to be here, excited to learn, and hope I don't mess up too bad.
Really, we hope that we don't scare you off.
That's the big goal there.
So don't worry about you. We just don't want to scare you off or have it be a bad first experience for D&D. But that's my goal. All right. Well, now we'll go around and let's introduce our characters this evening. And let's start with, how do I have this set up? Let's start with Shanine on the board.
Okay. I am Mavolda Greymall. I'm a dwarven wizard who is haunted by my past demons and is here to bring the doom and gloom to the group.
The doom to the group? Are you actually the big bad evil guy?
I hope not.
Oh, sorry, that's Quill. No.
Yeah.
No.
And Andrea, let's hear a little about your character.
I'm Brildel Dankill, a dwarven barbarian. Just pretty noble and a little dumb, but happy to help people when I can.
Nice. And Keela?
I am Jade Greywood, a halfling bard who plays lute, horn, and drum, although my dog is now blocking that from the shot.
Puppers.
I am pretty smart, but socially awkward. So that's what's going to happen.
Those are the best characters. And Emma, who are we playing today?
I'm going to be playing Zed, who is a tiefling rogue, who kind of sort of really just pieced out from her noble family lifestyle because she wasn't having none of it and is a bit of a punk, if you will. If you take like the sort of punk rock fans and make them a D&D character, that's kind of her attitude. She doesn't really trust people and just likes dark eyeliner. So yeah.
90s flashbacks, okay. Or early
Yeah.
2000s flashbacks. I get it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I get it. So, for those joining us online, we are running a one shot from Candlekeep Mysteries, a collection of really fun, or even just a campaign if you go straight through, but really good one shot stuff revolving around the Library of Candlekeep. And that is where we start off. Each of you, for one reason or another, have found yourself admitted uh, into Candlekeep, um, and at this time, you find yourselves roaming the vast shelves of books. Remind me of your character's name, Shanine.
Yep. Mavolda.
Mavolda. Okay. I'm very happy you picked the haunted background because that makes the segue pretty nice and easily. As you are roaming, granted, you may or may not have interacted with each other in your time together here, but you all find yourself drawn to a section of the library. And Mavolda specifically seems to be drawn to a specific book. Very nondescript, though. Nothing fancy about it. Nothing really stands out. Kind of in a section of just like forgotten books and tomes that don't really have a place on the shelves. They're just kind of stacked for possible cataloging as you peruse. But you feel drawn to this particular book, whether it be through likely you have a feeling like you feel drawn to it due to your haunted nature. What do you do?
All right. First, a little pep talk. Just because I'm drawn to this does not mean it is him drawing me to it. Stay calm. What is it a book about?
It is a very simple leather-bound book. Roll a perception check for me.
Oh boy. 5.
5.
Yeah.
There's no actual markings on this book. It's very basic leather bound. It in general, from what you can tell, it's a possible diary-esque notebook. But there are no general indicators on the outside. It's just leather bound and it's paper filled.
Paper filled. That makes sense.
Yep.
All right. I guess flipping through it, does anything stand out?
So you do pick up the book.
Yes.
Okay. As she picks up the book, the air in the library grows cold. You all feel the chill, and vapor begins to fill the general area and shimmers. That mist begins to form into a vague shape of a young woman. in general, the shape begins to form. The woman appears to be wearing servant's clothing. And as she fully forms, she begins to weep, and you see tears running down her cheeks. She goes to speak, but as she opens her mouth, you notice she has no tongue. And begins to let out moans of anguish. Moments later, everything dissipates and the figure disappears. But going through the book, as you figure through, you find it is very much a diary for the most part. Although there are pages with random information, like notes and things like that about her day-to-day life, checklists of duties needed to be performed, and one recurring name, Sarah. The book does make references to the family of Yellowcrest, and their home of Yellowcrest Manor. From what you're able to glean, this diary likely belonged to Sarah, a servant for the Yellowcrest family. And early on, you kind of also see kind of a progression of her mastery of language. So early on, it seems as if she's just learning to read and write, and progresses as she is taught. Does make references to Lady Maria being her teacher, Lady Maria Yellowcrest. And that's just from glimpsing through, quickly flipping through the pages. Further information may be gleaned should you take the time to further sit down and read it.
Okay. I want to flip to the last entry.
Flip to the last entry. Toward the end of the diary, these are beginning to dated. It's dated about 5 years prior. The tone of the entries have changed. They become almost fearful. It makes mention of her observations of Lord Yellowcrest, Lord Vialis Yellowcrest, and he's been spending a lot of time with ancient books in his study toward the end of these days. You pick up on one particular entry that reads, "I stole close to Lord Vialis today and saw that he had chalked a circle marked with strange runes across the floor of his study. A puddle spread within the circle and appeared to me as bubbling blood. Lord Vialis stood next to it motionless, one of his vile books in hand, and muttered something I could not hear. I slipped away quickly, though I fear he might have heard me this time. I have never been so scared, but I must tell Lady Maria what I have seen. I must." Following that entry, you do see a vague drawing of a tome that is indicated to potentially be the book that is referenced in this entry. Part of that sketch does reflect a monstrous creature with bulbous head, long arms, tentacles for legs, and multifaceted eyes. But that is what is sketched toward the end, and that is the final entry.
Okay. Can I do an Arcana check to see if I know what she's describing?
You sure can.
Ooh. 22.
22. You succeed. So with that, you recognize the circle as part of a ritual casting to contact another plane. You recognize that the specific runes are tied to an entity from the outer plane specifically. Um, and yeah, so that's what you glean from the vague sketches based on the general details of what she has hastily recorded.
Okay.
For the rest of you, you are all present in the vicinity as she does go through this, and you did experience the chill and observe the figure form and dissipate. What are you guys doing?
So, Brildel carries ribbons around with herself, just because you never know when you need a good ribbon.
Never.
And so before the like weird scary stuff was happening, she was just picking up books and opening them and putting a ribbon inside, and then closing them and putting them back. You know, like in case somebody needs bookmark, and just going around at random and doing this. And then I think when she saw the like moaning lady come, she would probably like look around because she doesn't spend a lot of time reading books, and so she's like not quite sure if this is a normal thing that happens with books or if something weird is going on. And so I think she's probably trying to like read the room and see how other people are responding.
Okay.
Zed just sort of walks up post creepy lady and goes, what you got there? Maybe you shouldn't be playing with things you don't understand.
Unfortunately, I think I understand this maybe a little better than I want to.
Should it be placed back on the shelf then, you think?
I don't think this book is the one we have to be worried about.
All right. I'll just sort of slink off into the shadows.
Jade is super interested. She wants to see what is going on, but she's sort of like creeping up because she's awkward. She doesn't know how to like just approach this random person in the library. So she sort of peeks out from behind the bookcase and is like, what the heck was that? I need to know more. What did you find? What happened with this book?
Well, if I have to take a guess, this journal is tethering the spirit of a servant girl to this place, and she was likely harmed by her master when he tried to contact another plane.
So what do we need to do about it? Do we need to find this other book? Is this in this library, or do we need to go somewhere else?
Do you need a bookmark? Ribbon?
Sure. Thank you. Just like stick it in there.
I kind of sneak up and try to steal a ribbon out from your pocket without you noticing.
You can just have one. Huh?
But I want to do it the stealthy way.
Sure.
Because I just like to.
Sleight of hand versus perception.
Oh. I mean, Okay.
It can go against your passive if you want to.
24.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay, I'm gonna take a blue one
Okay.
and just sort of tuck it into my waistband.
So as you all gather around the area, kind of curious about the recent event, kind of flipping through, uh, anyone have a tendency to read out loud?
No, I feel like I've made that mistake before.
Well, Janine, your character does feel a slight prodding to as you're holding the tomb to speak her name, having some familiarity with these ongoing kind of or like similar hauntings and things of that nature. You would have some understanding that it might be possible to have a longer duration interaction with the spirit while holding this journal and speaking her name, which is Sarah.
All right. Yes, being comfortable with ghosts, I will speak her name. Sarah.
The chill does return to the area, and the vapors reform, and the mist begins to coalesce into the form of this young servant girl. Once again, still frantic, a little bit, but you also get a sense of almost relief that somehow, finally, after 5 years, she's able to interact and maybe provide information as to what is this mystery. Although anyone who wants to, she is still frantic. It is hard. She doesn't communicate well without the lack of a tongue does inhibit her even as a spirit. But anyone willing to can roll a insight check. Or attempt to calm them.
Oh, man. Insight, not good.
Ooh, dirty 20.
And so Zed lurks kind of back in. And what do you say to her to calm her down, I guess?
Okay, no harm here.
She does kind of begin to calm down, and you guys have some time to potentially ask questions. Most of her answers may direct you to specific entries, but you guys may now ask Spirit Sarah for any additional details.
I am not the intellectual type. I will leave the stage for someone else.
I want to know why she's so upset.
So she does kind of mime some things, but she does point out names throughout her entries. She does point out to like names out like Lady Maria, Malik, Janus, and Tiana. And attempts to convey like does certain like other motions to convey death. And then following that, she does specifically point to the name Lord Vialis Yellowcrest. As you look through those entries to where she pointed out those names, you do take note that obviously, so Lady Maria Yellowcrest is Lord Yellowcrest's wife, while Malik, Janice, and Tiana are their children.
It's safe to assume that her death was at the hands of one of these people. I'm not a fan of nobility.
I mean, so she kind of shrugs no, as if you're misinterpreting her, and she roll a wisdom saving throw for me.
Oh, that's a nat one.
Okay. Her form moves forward to you and envelops you, and in an act of possession takes over your body, so as to better communicate. And now she can speak, but so she tells you the story that of she explains that as Lord Vialis began spending more time with his tomes and these ancient books, a darkness began to consume him, and that he is the one ultimately responsible for the murders of his wife and 3 children. As well as 3 servants, as part of a ritual. Well, including herself as a servant. Due to the trauma she has suffered, she isn't aware of the specifics revolving around the ritual, only that Lord Vialis is responsible. She does further, like, as she does kind of reinforce the idea that the book he was reading was the source of the ritual, and she is also, much like herself, aware that the souls of Lady Maria, Malik, Janice, and Tiana have not moved on since their deaths, and to the best of her knowledge of what she's able to remember from her time or whatever, and from after moving on, just rumors that there was no one potentially, like, she doesn't believe that there was ever any justice served, or no one was aware of the situation, and the remains of the victims were never recovered. At this time, kind of the possession, kind of you reject the possession, and she is expelled from your body.
Wouldn't recommend that, guys. Not fun.
And once again, her form dissipates, and kind of everything calms and returns to normal.
Is this what it's like to read? seems
Inconvenient.
different than I thought.
Yeah, I don't do it often.
This is not what it's like to read.
No. No.
Okay.
No.
Anyway, so about this guy. I don't like nobility. For reasons like this.
I think for these souls to have died in torment is bad enough, but to remain trapped here in torment is. I can't think of anything worse. They have to be helped.
So are we in this now, or are we like a gang? We have to do this? Is that a thing?
We can all wear
Pose.
matching ribbons here. and
No.
I give you matching ribbons. No.
I already got one.
Oh, so you do. It looks like mine. Wow.
Got it for my cousin. But
Good taste.
not with the matching ribbon thing. Appreciate it though. I'll tag along and help. Just because I'm curious.
So having accepted kind of this task and wanting to bring relief to souls who may have been trapped due to past trauma and the unresolved crimes thereof, there's a couple things to note. Books cannot leave Candlekeep, although you can copy them, which may take some time. But based on the details in the notebook, you are fairly comfortable and believe you can find your way to Yellowcrest Manor, based on the descriptions within the journal, to see if you can further investigate the great tragedy that took place 5 years ago. What would you guys like to do to prepare?
I'm going to need to do some more research and take as many notes as I can, since we can't take books with us.
So doing that, you have some names, you have places. In your research, you are able to find some additional information about Yellowcrest. Yellowcrest is located within Waterdeep. And you do find some references to the Yellowcrest family. They are businesses that they own, like just outline general. They've been in existence. They run multiple businesses such as tanneries and things like that, although the specifics aren't readily available. You do find some references to a great tragedy 5 years ago, referencing the disappearances of the lady, her 3 children, as well as the servants. Even within Candlekeep, there are tabloids, and you do find some possible theories of them of strife within the family and them taking off and taking the servants with them, things of the sort, but nothing really official, and mostly things that would contradict the information provided by Sarah. But you do manage to also take and like go through the journal and take notes regarding important names um, of people within her life at the time, kind of, and uh, to bring with you that you can reference later.
Is there anything about Lord Vialis? Like, is he just at Yellowcrest Manor living his life now? Or
There isn't anything specifically that references uh, anything since those events within the walls of the library that you can find, or any truly recent details um, about the family. You uh, so you get the feeling that the only real way is to kind of is to locate the manor and see, or ask around Waterdeep once you arrive.
Would I have heard or known anything about his whereabouts post-event, given my toesies in that circle of society?
Prior to the event, you know that you may know uh, in general, you might be aware of his family standing. They are wealthy due to their business acumen, um, kind of within the region. Um, they employed a lot. They leading up into that 5 year point. Um, you might be aware that he was becoming more secluded. Wasn't as active within business practices and more so keeping to himself. Um, and you might be aware of certain rumors and things like that, but nothing that wasn't previously addressed in tabloids or tabloid like material.
can I also see if I can find like any other books or anything about the outer plane and the weird tentacle creature?
Yeah, so granted, there's not a lot of knowledge um, or detailed knowledge regarding the outer planes, um, but roll an investigation check for me.
10.
10. Um, with that, like with what you're able to find in the time you kind of have, um, you do find a book referencing great old ones, um, and kind of just it doesn't offer a ton of information, um, but based on the descriptions or whatever, you believe that the the being referenced is possibly Garnu. So you guys have taken the time to organize and take any pertinent kind of record any pertinent information to prepare and depart Candlekeep, um, and travel to Waterdeep and kind of gather your materials and get ready to depart with access to um, with your initial access to Candlekeep, were provided possible access to a teleportation circle within the library that you then utilize. Do you understand that this is a one-way teleportation? You would not be able to teleport back. And standard access to the library rules would apply, meaning you would have to provide a catalog source of information to the library for admittance. But less, you take off. You are escorted to the teleportation circle. For those who haven't teleported before, you find yourself in Waterdeep, a little woozy, but intact. And so where would you what would you guys like to do?
Is there a wizard's guild?
In the area of Waterdeep, of the Ellercrest area, no, not directly. You would have to travel a little farther, further away, for access to a wizard's guild.
That's okay. The pub it is then.
All right, so you guys make your way through town to what was described in a journal for where you believe the pub would just, like, there was some general details about her interactions in town and stuff. So you have a kind of general idea of the layout, and you do find your way to the pub. Once in this tavern, it's pretty common. For the size, it's a little lively at this time that you have entered. But people are just enjoying drinks and merriment in their downtime. And a overwhelmed tavern keeper seems to run around frantically.
We'll get a tankard and find a corner to hide in,
Okay.
like a typical rogue. What's everyone else doing?
I will join you because I don't want to be by myself and talk to strangers. Sticking with a buddy.
I order like a really big leg of something. You know, like how they have those big turkey legs.
Okay.
At, like, the fair, but like whatever the equivalent of that is here. And then just like sit in the middle of like the most crowded table and eat it. Just like I belong here, you know.
When you order, finally get around, like, in the frantic pubkeeper kind of looks like, okay, fine. He throws in the order, but he's like a little like inconvenienced. It's like, what an inconvenient order for this time. But you sit around for a few minutes, and finally he's makes it back and comes. It's a little burnt because he wasn't able, like, he threw it in and kind of couldn't get back to it, but he brings out kind of like pretty much like a whole leg of wild game. From what you can tell, probably something like a deer.
It's probably as tall as I am.
It's like, this is what you get. I wasn't gonna do anything else. You're paying full price too. And he runs.
Of course.
Begins running his rounds.
Awesome.
I'm gonna sit at the table with my dwarven buddy, and just take a look around. Does there seem to be anyone that looks chatty but also knowledgeable?
Go ahead and roll a perception check.
Yeah, I'm switching my dice.
Already?
Really let me down.
No.
Oh, that was worse. Yeah, that's a 2.
I mean, in general, everyone's pretty chatty. Everyone's just kind of enjoying themselves. But, you know, kind of in the back of your head, you're remembering certain details. And kind of, you begin making people out just based on profession. You do notice a couple tanners, you know, seeming to be enjoying some drinks, conversing, sitting in one of the corner booths. And them being tanners, you are familiar, like, from what you've gleaned, tanning is one of the major enterprises that what's his name? Viaris ran, or his family did.
Okay. How many tanners are there? 2?
There's 2.
Okay, I'm gonna grab a couple of drinks and I'm gonna go get Jade and say, hey, you
What?
seem likable. Come talk to these tanners with me.
Okay, fine.
We're gonna find out as much as we can about the Lord.
Okay. I'll have a couple drinks, but I am curious, so let's do this.
All right.
I'm gonna keep an eye on them from a distance to make sure they don't cause any trouble.
Just drinking.
Just in case you need backup, you know.
To be fair, trouble can happen at any time, so probably not a bad idea.
You know. Never hurts to have an eye from far away.
So the 2 of you approach the table. They've been, you know, they've had a few drinks at this point. They're just talking their trade with each other at this time, talking about recent orders and like the craziness they've been going through trying to fulfill certain things, or problems they've experienced, and possible new methods, and just really talking shop. You pick up certain things here and there, but a lot of it probably being just a lot of tanner jargon that you might not be familiar with, kind of just going over your head. But how do you introduce yourselves?
I'm gonna thunk the drinks down on the table and slide them across to them.
One of them looks up. We didn't order these. We still got ours here. They kind of
Did
just
you
return,
order
like,
friendship? Because we want to be friends with you.
They look up, they're a little confused. Yeah, for drinks, sure, come join us. Sit down. What do you guys know about tanning? You guys tanners too? You guys don't look like tanners. You're definitely, but it's like, what do you guys do? What are you guys doing here?
Well, we're not tanners, but we definitely appreciate your work. We do have some questions though. Jade?
It's like, okay, yeah, well, you know what? that means a lot. It's like I feel like our trade sometimes is very underappreciated.
Yeah, so Yellow Crest, am I right?
Yeah, it's kind of a you know after that event 5 years ago, but I think we've recovered and we're doing pretty good. We're finding ourselves in a good spot.
That event, yes.
Like, yeah.
So yeah, refresh my memory. I mean, it was so long ago, and I play really loud music, and so it gets my head a little jumbled. So remind me what went on with that event?
Oh, 5 years, the disappearance of the Yellowcrest family. Well, all except for Lord Viaris, of course, but he was never the same afterwards. Um, he took after settling certain affairs, he took off pretty much right after. Um, but yeah, like tragic. I don't know, like it's like so many different rumors, so many different theories. Personally, I think they ran off, but because Virus is kind of a dick, but you know, that's also my employer, so can't say much more.
So he took off, but you still work for him, but
Yeah,
you haven't seen him.
Well, he still his family still owns and runs. Granted, a few have closed since then, but there's definitely a few leather working and tanner shops that their family owns around here and in a few of the outlying villages. So no, but I don't have direct contact with him. No, he occasionally like one of his errand guys, Theron, something like that. He comes around and picks up any uh, deposits or that need to go back to him. So.
Mhm. So the house is just empty.
Oh no! The Yellowcrest Manor? No, new family lives there now. I think the Falgars family purchased it. Moved in a few years back.
Oh yeah, I remember all that. Yeah.
I don't think you're from here, but I just this is just town lore, and I just want to sometimes it's fun to talk about and reminisce.
Yeah, totally.
You ain't got nothing to hide around here, so. But you guys never told me what you guys do. You guys aren't tanners. It's pretty much the only trade around here, really. Um, so what brings you to these parts?
Back to you, buddy.
um yeah, I'm really interested in researching magical things and stuff like that. um just really into a pursuit of knowledge. um and it was weird, the Lord's name did come up in some of my research. So have you ever heard of him being involved in any magical things?
I don't know much about magical things around here outside of occasionally people requesting the enchantment. I have to send out for those though. We don't do any of that here. Um, there were rumors that like he was getting into some dark stuff possibly, but like in his last few years here. But I don't know if there's any merit to that. He was far too busy to really explore I don't know. He had Enterprise to take care of, but I didn't know him that well then, and after he disappeared, I was just like, yeah, he owns my shop. I send him money. We're good.
Take a glance around the room to see if there's any suspicious behavior being exuded from any of the patrons.
Roll an insight check.
8.
8. In general, no. It seems like a typical night at a tavern. People are just kind of coming and going after a few drinks here and there, kind of taking the time to unwind. There's definitely some people that have been in there most of the day and should
Far
probably
too
go
long.
home, but
Yeah.
typical things. Almost, maybe a person or so passed out at the occasional booth, but they'll sleep it off.
Right. So this Aaron guy, did you say Theron?
Farron.
Does he
Farron.
Farron?
Or Farrell, sorry.
Farrell. Does he live in town?
Farrell, no, I think where is he from? No, I believe he's from a town south of here, Greenfeast. But yeah, he shows up like once a week, every other week. I don't know, it depends. But it's always a Tuesday.
What day is it today?
It is a Sunday.
It's a Sunday. Okay.
And Greenpeace is he kind of is like, yeah, I think it's like a half day travel from here.
What does the Falgar family do?
Falgar's family, that's a good question.
Got him.
I think when I finish eating my meat, I'm gonna start tying ribbons onto the big bone.
Just chowing down as you clear parts of the bone. You just add a ribbon, work your way.
Yes.
You are kind of getting some attention. We're like, impressive. Something that was not input. The Foggers family, they're new. They're just nobles for the most part. They don't really take part in any like town development or anything. They don't really contribute. They're mostly just bought a retirement home for them. Kind of peaceful, but everyone seems to like them in their interactions. Now, what would you guys like to do?
Did you have a lot of interaction with the servants from Yellowcrest from 5 years ago?
here and there, they would, pick up supplies and run things, running the typical servant things on Lord Viars's behalf. So, yeah, occasionally they'd come pick stuff up for me. That's about it.
Right. Do you know if Sarah had any close relationships with people in town?
Um, you know, uh, Sarah, is that the younger one? Like I've had interactions, but I don't know. I didn't get involved in any of their personal lives.
Fair enough.
I'm not a gossip. I do love my job though. So, if you have any questions about tanning?
Yeah, like what is your favorite hide to tan?
Oh man, that's a really good question. Most prevalent, we do a lot of wolf pelts and stuff here, but um, nothing beats the good hide of a moose when available. I don't know, it's just a good piece to work with. It's also thick and so many uses. Uh, y- y-
Versatility is good.
yeah, and you can make, I could clothe the family from one hide. It's just, such a massive animal. It's just, I don't have to keep waiting on materials and, working from one single piece. I think that's why it's my favorite. Darn it, Janine.
You wanted me to ask you about tanning.
I wanted you to end the conversation, but
I walk over having finished my tankard and go, "Hey, could you fix this hole in my leather armor sometime?"
I mean, I'm a little backed up right now, but we can definitely make an appointment if you need.
Cool, I'll talk to you later. Go back to my corner.
All right.
Sure, some nice folks around here visiting these days.
It seems like a nice town. Stand up. Thank you for your time. Enjoy your drinks.
Oh, thank you for them.
I awkwardly follow.
So one thing regarding your question about Sarah's personal relationships, there are details within the book. She does reference a uh, uh, a squire named Veckin. And based on the way she talked about it, there was possible a romantic relationship happening there. She doesn't go into a lot of detail, but she does reference him semi regularly um, in her notes in the journal. Based on what you've copied, you just pretty much wrote down any name, and Veckin was one that was common.
You guys learn.
All about tanning.
Moose hide.
Yeah, it didn't look very riveting from all the way over here.
I'm gonna bring my big bone of now ribbons, just so that I'm with the party.
It's like, is this your new weapon? No.
What?
Oh.
You got a new club? Is that what you're doing?
No.
But maybe.
I mean, is there someone I need to club right now? Because like I'll do it, but
You guys have all gather. You show up like as everyone kind of returns, like gets together, like either going back to are you guys going to the back corner? Are you guys going back to the center table?
The back corner for now, maybe.
Back corner. Uh, so yeah, you see them kind of like as they after their conversation take off toward the back corner, where your rogue friend is sitting, and you're like, oh, and you get up and look at her kind of squeeze through the crowd, like with your bone out and ribbons, making your way back down there. Definitely drawing attention toward that back corner, but nonetheless, make your way back there.
guys, food's here. It's real good. You should eat some.
I'm fine. I'd like to keep attention away from me, thanks.
So you kind of gather, kind of discuss kind of what you've learned. Um, just a, so far you've learned that there's a tragic, kind of mysterious disappearance surrounding the Yellowcrest family, with the exception of Viaris. Viaris did depart the town shortly thereafter, and whereabouts still kind of unknown, but his his businesses are still mostly operating with regular, and funds are picked up from the respective businesses, primarily weekly, and but on Tuesdays specifically. And that the Yellowcrest Manor has been sold to the mysterious Fallgrass family. I guess not really mysterious, just nobles. Typical.
What's mysterious than this Valos guy who pieced out post mysterious disappearance of his family?
So it looks like we could go talk to the Foggers family, maybe see if we can poke around the manor and stuff, find this Squire Veckin that knew Sarah, or wait for Errol.
Pick up on Tuesday.
Pick up on Tuesday.
Or he's like a half day's journey if we want to speed up a little bit and not wait 2 days.
Yes.
Follow the money. That's what I've found.
Decisions.
Which one?
Which one do you guys want to do?
All right.
I say we hang out and try to talk to more people around here and maybe wait for Farrell to come on Tuesday.
Plan. Good plan.
Yeah.
Let's find the Squire.
Okay. I'm down with this plan. Personally, I'm more interested in laying the spirits to rest than dealing with the Lord.
Okay.
Fair enough. I asked the bartender for a heel of bread on our way out.
Okay. Like for some reason he doesn't want to serve food today, but he's like fine, and he runs back real quick, grabs it, and you guys pay up and depart. um, looking for additional information regarding Squire Veckin. Um, kind of asking around. When you bring up that name, uh, people do quickly correctly. You mean Sir Veckin, of the Broken Horn? In the 5 years since, he seems to has made a name for himself.
Got up in the world.
And they advise that, in based on the descriptions here, as you're leaving, you're kind of just asking around, making way to what was indicated to his home 5 years ago, based on Sarah's understanding, and based on your conversations or from just quick little glimpses as you ask on the street, they advise, yeah, he still lives on Emar Street, just a few blocks away from the manor. So do you guys make your way then to Beckon's house? Okay. So you kind of pretty much easily find your way based on previous descriptions and kind of people just pointing it out to you, to Sir Veckin's abode. How would you like to approach, I guess?
Just gonna walk up and knock on the door.
Thank you.
I hang at the back of the group.
Few moments after knocking, a kind of burly, he's heavily scarred, but kind of you get a gentle kind of disposition from him. Kind of answers the door, and he's a little confused. He's like, what can I do for you? Are y'all adventurers?
Yes.
Oh, it's been a while since we've had adventures in these parts, but I'm sure if you're here, you must have traveled far. Come on in. You can tell this isn't the first time he's just let strangers into his home, adventures specifically. It's almost like adventures are actually directed to him. And he kind of takes care of them, and possibly even serve as a guide for some of them at times. But yeah, he welcomes you in, and offers tea, maybe some basic food that he might have readily available. Yeah. So you all kind of welcomed in and sit down. It's like, what brings you to Yellowcrest?
Tell us about your past relationships.
With that, the tone kind of changes. Like, okay. Can you expound on that?
We're trying to help this chick, Sarah, who seems to be having some trouble following the light.
So is this a normal line of questioning for when people welcome you into their homes? Just immediately start talking about past traumas. His eyes begin to kind of water up.
Oh no. I'm gonna hand him a ribbon. Bright yellow to make him happy, and kind of pat him on the hand.
Oh.
While there's a lot all I am completely aware of is of her disappearance 5 years ago, and along with during the Yellow Crest tragedy, and I don't know much more. We were dating, or I was courting her, but she was a servant, but what wasn't necessarily. It was looked down, kind of looked down on. So we tried to keep it as secret as we could. What do you know of Sarah? You said you were helping her? Is she alive?
No, far from it.
Sir Veckin, I apologize for my associate's rough manners, and more so, I apologize for coming into your home and bringing up difficult things from your past. Indeed, she does speak true, though. We were visited by her spirit, and we are now striving to assist her in finding peace.
Kind of grows a little silent for a little bit. Kind of, you can see he's mulling things over, trying to kind of grasp. It's like, well, I always figured that was the case, because it always seemed a better option than being left. But yeah, all I know is several people, additional, not just the people from the Yellow Crest Manor disappeared. There was other disappearances around town during that time. But do you know what happened to her? Like how she died?
We are still endeavoring to find the details. But it did seem that the Lord was perhaps stepping beyond the bounds of this plane. And bringing danger to his home and his town.
I see. Well, if it means helping Sarah, I'll be happy to provide whatever information I can. I don't know much, but whatever questions you have about that time frame, I'll be happy to answer as best I can.
What are the other disappearances?
Mostly, mostly traveling merchants that disappeared recently after, never returned. The occasional kind of, people that, we'll notice go missing, but no one really cares. Or that didn't necessarily have ties to our town. But probably about 5 or 6 others. I believe even currently there are rumors of people disappearing around the town of Greenfeast.
That where that money guy is? Huh. We've already had some fingers point in that direction.
Towards the end, did Sarah speak of any strange goings on in the manor, or was there anything occurring that was out of her typical routine?
Probably nothing specifically out of her normal routine, but she had expressed concerns about Lord Vialis, indicating he was spending a lot of time by himself, um, and that he was growing a little more irritable and probably a little abusive at times, but never toward her initially that I'm aware of. She never expressed concerns like that, but possibly maybe a little more violent toward Lady Maria. Um, she did indicate he was never happy that Lady Maria had spent time with her teaching her to read and write, but
Do you know where the Lord might have learned how to do magic or dark arts? Is there any resources or people in town that might know about that?
no, this is a kind of a small area. Most of our trades are, we lots of leather working. We have lots of tanners and leather workers around, um, but which is that was Lord Vialis's trade, um, but uh, no, I mean closest real access to guilds and anything like that is main city just north of here, about 3 days travel, but occasionally we may have traveling adventurers such as yourself that study magic as well, but
You know of any reason why he might have wished to dabble in such arts?
I'm not specifically. I wasn't specifically close to Vialis. Only aware of some of his ongoings around town, through either my position as a squire, or at the time as a squire, or just through my conversations with Sarah.
Do you recall if there were any adventurers or other such magical travelers that had recently arrived in town?
Um, no, actually, 5 years ago, outside of the sudden disappearances, our town was fairly quiet. At the time of the disappearances, is actually it was a difficult time to travel. Um, so yeah, mostly our town was just trying to self-sustain at the time.
Was business going okay 5 years ago? You sound like it was a little iffy if you're just trying to sustain.
I you know I'm I couldn't speak to the business side. Um, it's just like that. It's mostly the time of year, seasonal things here and there. Um, traveling when less people are on the roads. There's just more. That at the time I was busy. Like I was out most days, um, just preventing creatures from getting too and close to the township. Um, that's my role. I couldn't speak to the business side of things.
Do you know anything about this family who's moved into their old place?
Um, I've interacted with the family here and there, but mostly my interactions are with their butler. Um, Very cheerful fellow, maybe a bit of a drunk, but they seem like good people. Um, Everyone around town seems to like him in my limited interactions with them. You know, they seem to bring a certain joy, kind of nice change of pace following the events. Kind of, I think they've brought a sense of healing to our community.
Have you been inside the manor since the incident?
Um, you know, uh, Initially I was invited in as part of investigation, see if there's any indicators of their disappearance, but there really wasn't. Ton to go on. Uh, so yeah, no charges were ever brought to any against anyone. No remains were ever found. So like all we really could do is theorize on to what actually happened. I always believed they all were probably killed, but there's never any true evidence to those facts.
So were all of their belongings still in the manor?
At the time, yes. I was like, no, now everything's been moved out. But yeah, like during the investigation when they were looking, they were, Lord Valus was, or seemed after base, but you know, always a little sus. I was, and sounds like I had reason to be, but um, he welcomed the investigation. He appeared distraught following the events as well, but if theories are correct, then a little suspicious to be the only survivor.
And then following investigation, he left town.
Not immediately. He left about a year after following the events, um, wanting to kind of get a fresh start potentially. We're still not completely aware. I believe possibly he moved. Rumors are that he moved to Green Feast or into the area, but also, like, there's no talking to people from Green Feast. There's no official record of him living there, but that is ultimately where it sounds like his money is sent to from the local businesses. But alas, I think I provided all the information I personally can, um, and I have duties to attend to. But please feel free to stay here as you need. Um, Adventures are always welcome in my home. Um, but I shall prepare for my duties. He goes, he begins donning his armor. Um, and you do see that how he got the title of Broken Horn, where his helm was severely damaged due to a blow and one of the horns broken, but he is a survivor and well scarred. But then following him getting ready, he does take his leave and departs.
So this Green Feast place came up a lot.
Yeah.
Seemed like.
Might not be able to wait until Tuesday. Might need to go straight to the scene.
All arrows point to Green Feast. So far.
Yeah. do we want to try going to the manor before we leave town?
One thing to note is the time of day. At this time, it's probably mid-afternoon, mid to late afternoon. So departing, it is a half-day travel. Um, so you would be pushing the time frame to arrive prior to nightfall. Um,
So maybe we should wait until tomorrow to leave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go to the manor now and leave in the morning.
Do some poking around there. Yeah.
I'm here for that.
Onwards.
Perhaps we should discuss how we're going to convince them to let us into their house first.
Maybe
Right.
don't lead with like people that they know are dead. Just a thought.
I'll let other people do the talking.
Yeah.
I'm not good at talking to people, but I could offer a song in this trying time.
I can be
Yes.
scared, but I don't feel like I need to be scary. It's just an option that I have.
And like, here's another question. Are we trying to get in the front door, or are we utilizing other methods?
What's our goal going there? Because everyone who's talked about them seems to like them pretty okay. So like I don't think they're really involved much. They just have them living in the place where the other people lived. And so like if we're trying to find some like a specific object that might be there, that might change our approach to how we would.
Or figure out what the transfer of sale was like.
So that would involve needing to talk with them.
Yeah.
But we're assuming the butler would be the one answering the door, right? And he's a cheerful guy, likes to drink. Maybe we could offer him something.
Get another big leg of meat.
All right. Yeah, I think maybe I'd like to be able to take a look around what was the Lord's study, see if there's any lingering magic things that the initial investigation did not reveal, anything like that. But if they're a friendly family and such, I don't think it should be too much of a problem to get in.
And then just ask them to see the house? Or do we think we should split up and some people talk to the family while some others sneak around a little?
Try asking politely first.
I mean, that doesn't help sneaking, though.
Maybe we don't need to sneak, says the rogue. Who sneaks does nothing but sneak.
Decisions.
What do we think? I'm good with trying persuasion or whatever, as long as I'm not the one doing the persuading.
I can do the persuading. That's something I'm good at.
You sure?
Yes. Terribly so.
All right.
Me too.
All right. So you guys heading to the manor, or there's anything else you need to do before then?
You bring the meat to help persuade them.
All right. So you do you make a quick stop run back to the tavern. Just get, gifts, meat and mead. And make your way back to, based on your descriptions, a little farther up past Vecken's home, up to a very prominent manor within the town, and through the gate and approach the door. Standard greeting, nothing special, right? Knock.
Right.
Ding dong.
Just confirming. Some players are weird. So, first thing you notice is that the manor seems to be well kept. Everything is in order. The landscape is looking good. And you approach and knock on the door. Entering a well-dressed older gentleman answers the door. It's like, welcome to Yellowcrest Manor. What can I do for you?
We've come regarding the Yellowcrest family. We have some questions.
Well, the family no longer resides here. This is now the home of the Falgarst family. We are unfamiliar with the current whereabouts of the previous owners, but we wish you luck.
We were just wondering if we could poke around a little bit. We won't damage anything.
We have food.
We have food and mead as offerings.
It's a little invasive for someone's private residence at this time. No, but I mean, feel free to leave the mead.
Take the mead with us. But
He's a little
sure?
disappointed.
You sure? It's really good.
The Falgarst family does not have necessarily a want for liquor, as they have their own private stores of fine beverages and from around the region.
What's the squire's name? The now knight.
Vecken.
Vecken. So we just talked to this Sir Vecken guy, and he said he knew you pretty well.
Oh,
He can
yes.
vouch for us.
Sir Vecken is like, do you understand what you're asking me?
So maybe
Four
we should
strangers come to
frame it
your door.
a little
And-
differently.
As a servant for the Falgarst family, you expect me to let you in on bribe of meat and mead
It's really
to go
good.
roaming around their private.
We like
quarters?
buildings, and we want to see the building. It's it's very pretty and historical, I'm assuming.
Deception. Roll.
What?
Deception.
So no. Okay, maybe. It's a 19.
He looks at you. He's like, I work for a family of nobles and politicians. I do know BS when it is presented.
It's fair.
What are you really wishing to do? And why are you so interested in wandering about our premises?
Look, we've got this wizard here who really just wants to take a look at the office to make sure there aren't any weird things going on.
Were weird things going on that were requesting your assistance? Not that I'm aware of. No one has notified me, so
Never hurts to check.
We just tell him the whole story.
So here's the thing. You're probably aware of the strange disappearances that led to this manor being made available. They weren't disappearances, they were deaths, probably murders. And we've been chatting with one of the ghosts, and it appears none of the ghosts have moved on. And unless you want to be living in a haunted house with the potential for more disappearances, I just need to look at the study for a few minutes. I don't need to be alone. You can come with me and make sure I don't do anything weird. I just need to look.
see, now that is fascinating. And the truth. Give me that mead.
Yes. Give him the meat.
Fine.
So he takes it, immediately pops it, and starts drinking. Come in. Tell me more about the dark history of this manor. I was fairly aware, but we never wanted to go prying about the town affairs. We were new, and we wanted them to heal following what we understood to be. But if you are willing to share what you know, I am so intrigued.
Spill the tea.
Yes, come, let's discuss. It's
I
like
love that we have a horror fan.
It's like, yeah, everyone just indicated disappearances, but you're saying murder.
Yeah, it's weird, right?
And one of the servants was dating one of the squires in town.
That's no surprise.
You know.
But sure, kind of, guide you in as he's taking large swigs from the bottle of mead you've brought him. He's getting a little chatty, but he escorts you to the study. It's like, yes, unfortunately, I will. Unfortunately, I just can't. It's their private home, so I will be guiding you. But
Of course.
feel free to take a quick look and run.
You know what happened to the Yellow Crest belongings?
The Yellow Crest belongings, all of which I believe in the purchase of the home prior to, they did sell off all the belongings prior to us purchasing them. But yeah, my understanding is Lord Vialis there was a large estate sale, and everything was sold. And I believe most of the books and everything from the estate were donated to that weird library place.
Yep.
Sounds about right.
All right. Are we in the study now?
Yes. What are you looking for?
Well, for starters, I would like to detect magic.
Okay. S- Um, so with detect magic active, um, you you don't detect anything um, uh, active or running, but you do feel that strong magic has been existent here in the past, um, and it does leave kind of this residual effect, but it's the kind of so there's just nothing active. Go ahead and roll me an Arcana check, just based on what you are getting from detect magic.
That is a 21.
21. Um, Based on the feelings you're getting and like just from your kind of haunted background and everything, what what you kind of feel is the result and through your study that uh, sacrificial blood magic has been cast here before.
Hmm. What you finding?
It is pretty much as we thought.
Evil
The-
things there be?
Yeah, the disappearances were likely sacrifices.
Arnulf chimes in. Oh, more than just murder, I hear. Sacrifices? His family? I'm gonna have to keep this to myself. I'm not sure the Falgas family would be interested in living in such a residence, but I enjoy the thrill.
I mean, they didn't do their research prior to purchase?
The only information that was available was that a tragedy had befallen the Yellowcrest family due to disappearances, and Vialis was broken and wanted a fresh start, so he was selling his place and moving away. That's all we knew.
Fair enough, I suppose.
But he didn't sell all his businesses, as I'm sure you're aware. But
Mhm.
he's. But as far as I know, he's never been back. But
Did he give
sounds like
you
he's still making money.
a forwarding address or anything?
No, nothing like that. It didn't sound like he had a place lined up upon the immediate sale, um, or nothing like that was discussed during negotiations. Um, Occasionally, we would have a writ if, like, initially when we first moved in. Occasionally, this wood elf, I forget his name, but would come by and request anything that may have been dropped off for Vialis, but nothing really came through. It was just he just swung by and requested, but we didn't have anything for him.
Kind of want to punch this guy. I'm just saying. It's feels like he should get a little punch here and there, right in the face.
You want to punch Arnold?
No, no, no. The Lord guy.
Oh, you're telling this to him. Lorga?
Yeah, I'm telling everybody this.
Like, I don't
I
know
was gonna
much
say,
about
I mean,
him.
no one's stopping you, but I don't
Yeah,
know why.
No,
Like,
I'm cool.
I don't know much about him, but I mean, from what you're telling me, if he is responsible for the murder of his family and blood sacrifice, what kind of dark stuff is this guy into? I'm fascinated. Not that I would do such
Quite
a thing,
dark.
but tales of magic. It's always interesting. This since we moved out here, it's been quite dreadful. It's kind of quiet, a little boring. Maybe Veckin does too good of a job keeping things from entering the city, but
I assure you, there are far worse things than boredom.
Murder, for example.
that's why I just like the stories.
I want to look around for any like hidden passages or like hiding places, anything like that.
Okay. So currently you're still in the study. Roll investigation check.
12.
Looking around, kind of, you've heard about, tactics regarding hiding things, people building secret bookcases, but you're not seeing any indicators that such a thing has taken place in the study.
Okay.
And there's nothing in Sarah's journal indicating anything from the study.
No. The only real part, like, there's some, like, regarding toward the end of her entries when she did follow him, was that final entry, that did indicate when she followed him, she saw the chalk circle, and what appeared to be a pool of blood and things of that. And that would be in the study. That was in the study itself when she followed him down. But there's no current you're not seeing any remnants of that here 5 years later.
So there's no blood stain or. Okay. Heck of a cleanup job.
I mean, 5 years.
Just saying, blood is nasty.
I mean, Arnold's good at his job.
Good on
he
you,
was
Arnold.
The one. So he was
Good
the one
on
who
you,
cleaned it up.
Arnold.
So he was the one that cleaned it up. It wasn't
He just
clean.
he just
when they
cleans
bought it.
very regularly, and 5 years of cleaning is by, like, if there was any names, just doesn't exist anymore. At least not to your naked eyes, This is not a time of forensics. We don't got black
So,
lights.
Arnold, what's your schedule for cleaning up blood?
Okay. Being a haunted one, can I sense any ghostly presences or anything like that?
No. Yeah, you aren't feeling any inklings like you did with the journal of existed, like, hauntings or, like, prone to, like, which uh um because with your understanding of hauntings or in general, like, things like this, is they end up tied to something, or even tied directly to their previous remains if they still exist. So with your kind of understanding is that, like, with the selling of belongings, there's no real attachment that the souls could have had to at least anything present here at this time.
And we said we were pretty sure that the remains were not buried. Is that right?
Right. No remains were ever were found, which is why there's rumors of, yeah, they're probably dead, but also that they possibly ran away, because there was no actual disclosure of any of the actual events or any findings in the investigation.
There's no official conclusion to their demise or otherwise.
Right. They kind of abide by the idea, no body, no crime.
And since you're not feeling ghostly presences, we can assume the bodies are not hidden anywhere in the manor.
That would be my guess.
Do we feel like, because it said some of their possessions were sold, if we found any of those old possessions, that they might have some tie to the spirits, or would we rather follow other trails?
Go punch the Lord guy in the face.
Go straight to him.
I mean, that's the strongest lead we have right now.
It's gonna be hard to chase down an entire noble house's worth of belongings, I think. So,
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Talking to the guy who did it, it's probably not the safest route, but the
Most
Cool.
logical.
most logical route.
Good at punching, so we'll be fine.
Yeah.
Right.
All right.
There wasn't any other like room in the manor mentioned by Sarah in connection to all of this.
Not specifically connected to Vialis's ongoings. You know, she had her kind of she knew the grounds, but specifically, like, as her journaling got dark, like grew concerned, it all revolved around Vialis spending time in his study, with his books. But at this time, it is growing late in the day. You have spent time in the tavern and had heavy conversations with Veckin and investigated the manor. At this time, you can return to the Tavern Inn to rest, or Veckin has given you access to his place. And you may rest there, whichever you may choose.
Rather not spend money on a room if I don't have to.
Agreed.
Quite liked Veckin.
Yeah.
So you do head back to Veckin's, then, which, just like his openness and willingness for complete strangers, and like, is either that he's a complete idiot, or that he trusts his reputation and his abilities enough that anything that might happen he can handle. That no one would probably try something is kind of how you kind of feel. But you show Veckin still hasn't returned at this time, so the place is kind of yours. And what do you guys do to prepare for a night's rest, or you just go to bed?
Spend the evening checking over my equipment. and then I go to bed.
I will spend some time journaling and read a bit from my poetry book and stay up quite late as if I'm avoiding sleep.
I will strum on my lute while pondering the experiences of the day.
Okay.
I'm gonna braid some ribbon into my hair and then just pass out.
So Feckin's place isn't very big, so you guys kind of all kind of hear what, like, if people are making noise around. You guys are in pretty close quarters, but it does offer you kind of each your individual portion, like little guest spot within the place is large enough for that. As each of you do kind of get lulled off to sleep. By our bard's lute playing, even offering our haunted ones a little reprieve from the feeling, from the essence that kind of consumes their existence. And you fall asleep and get a nice long rest. Morning comes, and y'all get up, but you wake up and it's still just the four of you. No Veckin. And no signs that he ever returned. But get your stuff together and begin to prepare for the journey to Green Feast, unless there's anything else you would like to do in town prior to taking off.
Are any of you capable of healing?
No.
I
I'm
don't
not
think so.
in how pretty my ribbons look.
We maybe see if there's some place that sells healing potions.
That's probably a good call. If nobody has any healing spells.
Yeah.
I have healing word. I don't know what that is.
That's like a
That
feat.
is a healing spell. It's based on touch, and
Is it?
yeah, healing word. Or no, healing word should be distance.
I thought healing word was like a when you took like a short rest and did like hit points that it would give you more, or like hit dice that it give you more hit dice.
A creature of your choice that you can see within range regains hit points equal to 1d4 plus your spellcasting ability modifier. Has no effect on undead or constructs. If you cast it at any above level, you get 1d4 for each level above first for healing word. So you do have healing available.
Is that a spell or a cantrip?
That is a spell.
Oh,
That would take a turn in combat.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's actually, it can be cast as a bonus action too.
Or that.
For
Oh,
this one, the casting time is a bonus action.
that's pretty nice.
So what that means is that you can still have a regular action and then cast healing word as an additional piece. Although, for the way I play, because it is a spell, your previous action could not have been a spell to use healing word as a bonus.
got it.
Does it still take a spell slot then too?
Yes, it is still a spell
Okay.
slot.
Yeah. So it might still not be like a terrible idea to see if we can find some additional stuff.
Yeah,
Healing potions.
just a little backup.
Okay. There is, like, you know, general kind of mercantile that you do go into, and they do have 2 healing potions available that you can purchase. I'm not tracking gold or anything, so I'm not even going to provide prices. If you want them, you can have them.
We buy
Better
them.
safe than sorry.
We just say, like, we haggled so well.
Yeah.
Practically
much.
free.
Yeah.
Unless you guys want something just crazy, then I'm probably gonna be like, you know, it's not within the realm
Dropped
of
them
my
down a
budget.
whole 2 gold pieces.
It's like, I'll just restrict what's available, and you guys could decide to take it if you want it. Okay. So, you swing by. I don't know who's taking them, but there are 2. Actually, we'll make them. I have to double check and remember the levels here. Two greater healing potions. Divvy them up as you want, but your group currently has 2 total. All right.
Wait, one should go to one person, the other should go to another, just so they're distributed.
Okay. Should we go on, like, who is the weakest, or who is the most likely to take a lot of damage?
Um,
And please discuss who you think is the weakest.
It's me, the barbarian.
No, it's like definitely the barbarian.
yeah. Do you want one?
I don't care either way. Like, I think I probably have a decent amount of hit points, so.
Um,
I don't know. I take one and Zed takes
yeah.
one.
I was just gonna say,
And then the
Mavilda,
bard
do you
has-
want one? Yeah.
All right. Works for me.
Yeah.
All right. So having supplied up, checking your equipment, you begin to make the trip to Greenfast. Ultimately, nothing really eventful happens on the road. And does take it does end up being a little longer than just a full half day. It's a little longer than that, but you do find your way into it's Greenfast. Sorry, I've been saying Green Feast. It's Greenfast apparently. To the city, or to the village of Greenfast. It is smaller than Yellowcrest, or Waterdeep, and but everything's a little more spread out. It's definitely more rural, more agricultural. As you enter, there's kind of like these leveled terrace areas throughout town. And yeah, and pretty much just as you enter town. What are you looking for or looking to do here first?
Mm.
Jade needs a bathroom break, so don't go anywhere without me.
Actually, with that, why don't we all just take a quick 15-minute break? Now that we're in Green Fest, we give you guys a chance to reset and think. We'll go ahead and make that a quick. By the way, any viewers, break's gonna say 30 minutes, but we're only gonna make it 15. But quick 15-minute break. Enjoy. We'll be back.
Nah.
Hello and welcome back to our special episode of Faithful Hedrons, our one shot with our special guests. Currently, our group is investigating the tragic disappearances of the Yellowcrest family, as well being having interacted with the lost spirit of Sarah, a servant for the family. And they have found their way to the small town of Greenfast. And that is where we left off prior to break. So, have we had some time to think about what we want to do?
Should poke around to see if anyone recognizes the name of Lord Valos.
Okay, so you're just asking like villagers as you come across
Casually.
them. Okay,
Casually.
just casually. So like as you enter town, it's not big, so but there are people around and busily working. But everyone you kind of interact with is very Lord Vialis is well known in the town. Um, uh, but in their descriptions of him, he kind of keeps to himself. They describe him as a kind of a quiet person, um, and he really does keep to himself. Um, they do advise, like, probably the person in town that probably interacts with him the most is Farrell. Um,
Errol's the guy who picks up his money for him.
yeah,
Yeah.
and they they are all aware of as they're talking about it, kind of they're they're a small town, they're a little gossipy at times, just like, oh, that the poor man, yeah, he really does quite understandable that he keeps to himself. Tragic what happened to him prior to coming here. uh, um, they do kind of advise on like things that he's promised and talking about. Um, he's like, yeah, when he first moved here, he had these grand plans to rebuild an old tower just on the outskirts of town, about an hour away, uh, as a private estate. For the most part, that he's kind of like, he's usually, if he's not uh, around here, that's usually where he is, kind of having a small little setup, kind of as rebuilding takes place. But not much from what they've seen from villagers that do pass by there occasionally. Normally, not much has taken place around the tower site in terms of renovations. It's very slow moving, but he is known to have a number of workers living and working at the site.
So what do they think happened to him prior to coming here?
So from their understanding, they're like, oh, it's like everyone here kind of believes, like, you get a good spread still. Some people are like, there's like, it to them it is very tragic. They've kind of only received one side of the story, but they're pretty sure that based on the events and everything kind of being left, that they were probably killed. Um, is kind of the consensus, but you know, uh, but there are a number of those that just believe they took off and disappeared.
So he didn't try to feed him some weird lie. They do know as much as the other village knows.
Yeah, pretty much. Nothing was really fully released, but yeah, like they're aware of the backstory and that the reason why Vialis technically moved here is to get away from the tragic events of Waterdeep and Yellowcrest.
So he's on the edge of town, essentially rebuilding a tower.
Yes.
And you mentioned some disappearances started happening in this town as well. So who's gone missing recently?
Um, so like if you're kind of investigating, they're a little more hush hush about those types of things going on. Um, like occasionally you might find someone that's willing to give a little more information, but they kind of advise like no one from our town specifically has disappeared, but we do see some traffic and we do have regulars that we normally see and we haven't seen them pass through in a long time, so it's a kind of assumed disappearance. As you are talking, people people are nice, and kind of accommodating. They're willing to tell a little more about Greenfast itself. So as you kind of are entering town and talking to these people, you are getting kind of a layout, like an idea of how this town is set up. Um, you do see the larger house, kind of built a couple tiers up, kind of toward the middle of town. You're advised that's the mayor's house. It is the largest house in town. Um, that they do have a tavern called the Bulging Cauldron in town. Um, it's kind of where kind of everyone gathers. It's small and homey. Um, they do kind of point out where Lord Vialis's in town home, um, and things like that as things come up. So you do get kind of an idea of where everything is and
Mm.
And so they're kind of like sympathetic towards him.
yeah, in a sense,
Okay.
like from their understanding of events, they like he hasn't really given them a reason to doubt him. Um, kind of keeps to himself. He's quiet, which they just take as a understanding due to um, his history. Um,
So we can't really call him out in public without being chased out of town,
I wouldn't.
per se. Well, not chased out of town, but
I think with the conversations you're kind of having as you go through, just kind of getting information, it's hard to tell. It's like like you don't get a sense of loyalty to him. Um, like they don't interact with him a ton because he does keep to himself, but they have no reason to suspect him, is what I mean. So like it's not like there's a ton of loyalty, but they also like to gossip, so. like I think they liked it when he moved because it really did give them something to talk about for a little bit when he initially moved there about 4 years ago.
The debate of whether or not to start some gossip about him.
Does the work going on at the tower seem to be just like general renovation things? Nothing like, I don't know, dungeons, sus looking things.
No one really goes up to the tower. They when he initially moved there, he did talk about renovating it, and moving out there, is what you kind of get. They do mention like you might even talk to someone that does work, you know, for him here and there, but like because he does have workers out there, but it really all like the only thing they are really aware of is like it does seem slow, but no one really visits the site.
Right. Do we want to try and find Farrell, or do we want to go out to the tower?
So it's Monday. So if we want to talk to Farrell, we might want to talk to him today before he heads over to whatchamacallit tomorrow.
Good point.
Yeah.
So should we like go to the tavern? Might be a hot spot. We could ask people, or he might be hanging out.
Probably the best option.
Okay, so you make your way to the Bulging Cauldron. You're not knocking because it's a tavern. You just go in. Like you've done this before. You know taverns. It's just a little smaller than taverns you're used to, but it is very warm and homey. Just at this time, it's about lunchtime. So you walk in. A lot of locals are there enjoying some their midday meal. You might see there might be a couple travelers here and there, but you are greeted by a very happy tavern owner. He introduces himself. Hey, welcome, travelers. I'm Fargo, the proprietor of our fine establishment. Please make yourself at home. I'll be around. Take your orders, and you can tell me about your travels. Best part about being a proprietor here. And he kind of goes, and you go. So you guys can find your seats. He takes off. He's grabbing some dishes for some of his locals that are sitting around waiting for their meals. And he comes by and he's like, "What can we do for you this fine afternoon?"
We're here to gossip.
He's like, "Oh boy. First, anything to drink? Anything to eat?" He looks over and it's like, "I feel like you would like some meat."
I mean, if you have some or a lot of it, whenever you're based.
Been doing this a long time. I can often tell what people would like. And I'll be right back. And then we can talk after. Let me just run a few more, and anything to drink while I'm up.
I'll have some mead.
A mead, okay, of course.
Mead's good.
3 meads. 4.
4. Mead's all around. Mead and meat. Double M's. Very traditional meal. And takes off, and he's like, I love hearing traveler. Like you can tell he loves hearing traveler stories. So he takes off and quickly comes out. Um, Granted, it's not a giant stick of meat like you previously had, but he does just bring out a tray of an assortment of cuts um, and different meats. It's just cooked and grilled uh, out and for meats. It's like okay, and he kind of pulls up a chair backwards and sits down. It's like, so tell me, where are you guys from?
Just up the road, or down, or
Up the
over.
road, down. There's a lot of places in those directions.
Exactly.
So are we talking? Are we talking water deep?
Yes.
Near the
Oh,
Candlekeep place.
oh, you're from the library. Oh, fascinating. I've heard a few people say I've heard some great things about the massive library, although very picky getting access. Um, so you guys all must be scholars and adventurers. Ah, well, looks at you a little closer. It's like, oh, you definitely. You're the studious one. Looking at starts with an M. Characters' names.
Sure does. Mavolda.
Mavolda. It's like, oh yes, definitely you were there for the books. The others, yeah, but more specific. But no, no, no. But that can't be why you're here. But yes, Candlekeep. I've heard of it. But what brings you here? I guess.
So we're looking for Farrell.
Oh, Pharaoh. The what else? He is. You actually, I believe, if you are coming from Waterdeep, then you would have passed his home. It would have been like one of the first ones on the right side. But today it's what Monday. He may not be home during the day. I know he'll take off to Waterdeep tomorrow, but I believe he may have business assisting Lord Verrill up at the tower. But that's all I know.
Afternoon.
Kind of
Today.
keeps to himself too, but interesting fellow. Um, you know, they both of those two very interesting, but they seem to have decent support. I'm always a little skeptical. Um, like in
What
some of
makes you
their
say that?
private conversations, they can seem religious. I'm not sure. Um, and unfortunately, since my my son uh, took off and decided to work for Lord Verrill not too long ago, but I haven't talked to him since, and maybe that's just a father thing, though.
So
When did
you're
you?
I mean, I've certainly pulled that move before. Not gonna lie.
When was your? When did you last see your son?
Last time I saw my son, well, saw him. Saw him a few days ago, but last time I talked to him with the problem, probably been about a couple months when he first took off. I disagreed. I really wanted, I figured he would take over the cauldron when I was ready to retire, but alas, those are just wishful thinkings. You know, children have to walk their own path, but I wish he would talk to me more.
So you saw him a few days ago but didn't talk to him. What was he doing?
I believe he is heading up the tower for work. He's been doing odds and ends, from what I can tell, for Lord Verrill, but it's always in
How did he
passing.
look? Did he look normal, or? Anything different about him?
Outside of his attire, no, not really. He looked healthy. That's all I can ask for, but I
Sure.
don't know. People that work for Lord Varro seem to have like a uniform, to say the least. I don't know. They dress weird.
Like how?
I don't know, robes and things.
Almost cultish.
Oh, maybe. I'm not completely familiar with cults. I've heard in tales from travelers things about taking out cults, but they didn't quite like these don't quite match the descriptions I've heard previously. But
Interesting.
What is your son's name?
Fargo Jr.,
Of course.
young
course.
Fargo. I'm old.
You look great. You don't look old.
Yeah. You don't look a day over 30.
Oh, I'm only 28.
How old is your son? What?
Um,
Do you know anything more about the disappearances that have been going on around town? We've heard some from other people, but not too many details.
We don't know a lot. It's what I know is I have regulars that are travelers. They're not from Greenfast, but I usually see them, once, twice a month or every other month, depending on their line of trade. And there's just been a few that haven't frequented me out, in a while. Did cause some worry. I think that's where some of the rumors start. Is we just have those people. I don't know much about their actual disappearances, or even if they in fact disappeared or just changed trades.
Did they have business with the Lord before you last saw them?
Best of my knowledge, no. Outside of maybe, if they stopped, maybe they might have stopped by if they had, supplies or something to sell to Lord for his renovation projects or whatever that means. Doesn't seem like it's going anywhere, but talk about
What
it for 4
is-
years. I don't know what they've done over there.
so the general feeling about his project, what is it amongst the town folk?
Amongst the town folk, everyone was very optimistic. It's always nice to get see some development. People invest in our town, even if it's a little small property off, out of it. But it can be an attraction. It's always maybe people would be attracted to come see it once it's finished or something along those lines.
But despite the fact that he has all of these workers and he's been working for 4 years, you aren't seeing any real progress.
And he kind of looks at you. He's like, "You asked my opinion of the town folk. As for me, I'm of course a little skeptical. My son took off and started wearing robes, and you know, and yeah, you're right. It's like I taught my son better work ethic. They should be making some progress, even if it was just my son working. So of course I'm skeptical. To me, it always sounded a little far-fetched, the story about the tragedy that befell him, and he decided to come here and move away. It was like, yeah, that definitely can garner some sympathy, but maybe
Let's
just made a little
just
few too many promises.
say you're on the right track with that line of thinking.
Yeah, Lord Valus just always seemed like the type of person that kind of flaunts his wealth to kind of impress people. And I think that's what, you know, attracted my son's attention, and as well as the other workers that work for him. But, but I don't know. Uh, I've got my tavern to run, and it's hard to question. Like, he hasn't, people in town seem to trust him, so I tried not to dwell and speak poorly of him, but I obviously have my misgivings.
You said your son's only been working with him for a few months. Does he typically have quick turnaround, or does he keep the same workers for a long time?
You know, the ones I'm aware of have been working for, like, he recruits here and there, but a lot of the ones I'm aware of have been there that initially started with him are still there.
Hmm.
Like, Farrell was one of the first, and he regularly like does a lot for him, and he's been there since Lord Vialis first came to town.
Did you know Farrell before the Lord came to town?
Yeah, he was kind of the one that kept to himself. He seemed to be kind of I think he was previously an adventurer of some sort and settled here, but Lord Varro found use of his skills. Uh, he wanted someone that could travel the roads with lightly and go back and forth to bring funds and things. It seemed like so. But yeah, I've known Farrell since he first moved here. He moved here about 7 years ago, so he's about here about 3 years prior.
You haven't noticed anything unusual about him since the Lord's arrival?
Like what? No, I mean
Just
occasionally
like
he'll swing by here for the occasional meal, but he's always been kind of a loner for the most part. I mean, occasionally he's sent out, which is understandable if he's handling large amounts of money. I mean, he has bodyguards, but
Aside from the possible disappearances, is there anything else unusual going on around town?
I mean, no, just haven't seen some of my regulars. But town itself has always been pretty quiet. Occasional lively party during
any
our
general
celebrations.
gossip you want to share?
General gossip. Well, I heard the mayor's daughter ran off with ran off to Waterdeep to date a servant boy. Oh,
Ooh. How'd the mayor take that?
I don't give it much stock. I just saw the daughter written not too long ago. But the mayor's always didn't seem like
Perturbed?
affected by anything. So I just attributed it to common town gossip. People just making stuff up out of jealousy or need to be entertained. And I gotta give people what they want, so that's why I'm willing to divulge that, whether I believe it or not.
When the Lord first arrived in town, did he come with many belongings?
No. I think one small chest. Really, was really about all he had. I mean, cart and horse, but cart was mostly empty. He moved right in, and I mean, he, as merchants traveled through, he had purchased new furniture here and there to furnish his place, but um, kind of kept it pretty minimal. I think he just purchased a bed and some other random furniture pieces out of comfort and necessity, but no, just was just single chest.
Has he bought anything for the tower project?
That I don't know. I am not aware of that. As I mentioned, I'm very skeptical of that project because, you know, when I have had chance to wander by it, tower looks the same. Most I've seen go up is some scaffolding.
They like dug any holes or
No, I
nothing?
think I've described that as best I can.
Okay.
All right. And you said both the Lord and Farrell should be at the tower today.
Typically, yes. Lord's usually out there. Um, More and more as of late, but Farrell's usually there on Monday to confirm specifics regarding his trips tomorrow, and um, so yeah, Monday he's usually out there. So now you tell me, what do you know of Lord Vialis? If you came from Waterdeep, maybe you have information for me.
Not everything is as it appears.
Oh, so cryptic. You guys are no fun. You wanted to gossip? Let's gossip.
There's certainly many rumors floating around about him and his family.
Which are? Oh, fine. If you're gonna be that tight-lipped, you guys enjoy your mead. I shall. If you need anything else, just let me know.
I whisper. Murder. There's been rumors of murder.
He's like, knew it was too good to be true. But, like, wait, oh, he kind of turns back around. Are we talking Lord Vialis murdering, or?
Yeah.
Unfortunately. To some.
Takes him a moment to kind of a little process a little bit. And he kind of, his demeanor changes a little bit. And he sits down. It's like, are these just rumors, or are these things that you know?
We have strong evidence against him.
Slide a ribbon over to him. You might need this.
I would say your
Pat- he
fatherly
grabs it.
instincts about your son have been correct.
Well, and he definitely he's kind of mulling it over, kind of looking a little more worried. And he grabs the ribbon at first, like while he's mulling over things. He looks at it. I'm confused. Kind of looks a little confused and puzzled, but he takes it and puts it in his pocket. I have a favor. If this is in fact what brings you to Greenfast, if possible, please help my son then. And then from there, then he turns back and heads back to work.
Okay, since they're going to be gone at the tower, do we want to break into their homes and snoop around first?
Yes, anything
Sounds
to
like
avoid.
a plan to me.
Let's avoid confrontation as long as possible.
Chaos.
Okay.
Do it.
So, I mean, based on descriptions and the kind of advising, you do, like, you're fairly certain you could pick out Farrell's home, and Lord Vialis's home in town is fairly obvious. And in fact, like, when they easily point it out to you. But yeah, so which one are we going to first? Where are we going first?
We should probably poke around in the Lord's house first, if anywhere. Honestly. In my humble opinion.
Okay. All right, so you guys do make your way to Lord Vialis's home. And you get there. It's on this little compound area. It is one of the larger homes, sure, but you get there. You are getting some attention from the townsfolk around, but like, what are these guys doing? But they kind of keep to themselves. They're like, maybe something interesting will happen. But you make your way, and what do you do?
Knock on the door. See if anyone's at home.
You knock on the door. No answer.
Can we kind of look for any like open windows or doors that look a little bit looser and easier to like slip into?
You go around the home and you do see, some like windows here and there. Everything's kind of boarded up like a seasonal thing for the most part, but it doesn't look like anyone's been here in a while. Everything, like, you check the doors, they are locked. There's really only two, and this place was, he, you know, he is wealthy, so like, yeah, everything's pretty well maintained for the most part, outside of it just not looking like anyone's been here.
There's a door in the front, door in the back, sort of more out of sight.
Not necessarily. With the way his house is positioned, it is up on a hill, so it is very visible.
So if I try to lockpick one of the doors, there's a higher chance of being seen from like the street per se.
Right, like from any point in like the surrounding area. It's like there's not a ton of landscaping, a few trees here and there, but yeah, it's a pretty visible home to pretty much most of the town.
But lock picking might be more subtle than trying to smash a window or something.
Probably going to be the most subtle option to try first.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm going to try and lockpick one of the doors.
Okay.
Um,
Dexterity check, or I mean sleight of hand.
that was a nat 1. Chris, your dice are failing me.
So your lockpick breaks into the door, kind of jams it, the lock that you tried to pick.
There goes that, guys.
So I have carpenter's tools. Could I remove the door from its hinges so that we could get it that way without like damaging it?
With the way the doors are constructed, you don't have open access to the hinges. They aren't actually protruding to the outside.
That makes sense. What about the doorknob?
What do you think, though?
Or like get the doorknob off?
New tools. So I'm gonna say yes, give you an opportunity, but based on using tools and door construction, since you're approaching it from the outside, it'd take probably an hour and a half.
That's a long time. I don't know.
I mean, we could just go for it. Give the villagers some drama to talk about.
What do you mean go for it? Like smash
Like,
it?
smash a window. Like,
I mean, they do seem pretty neutral. They just like the drama.
yeah. I don't think they would run and tell him. I don't think that they're that loyal to him.
I mean, but are there any like cops around or anything that we would need to worry about?
Cops.
Top equivalents.
From just your experience from when you walk through and like observations, from what you've seen, it is a small town. Doesn't really look like they had need for any type of law enforcement force or anything like that. I think in general they rely on each other's hunting and scavenging abilities to protect each other if need be.
Okay. Have we considered trying to just open the door? Like, is it definitely locked?
It is definitely locked.
Okay.
But
well.
it does
Doors,
have,
man.
it does rattle a little bit, maybe, but it's sturdy enough. But
So it's not like that small of a town that he feels safe leaving his door just unlocked, because sometimes small towns are like that.
So that he just doesn't trust anybody.
He's hiding things.
He's hiding something. We could smash a window. We could try and break in the door.
I'm down for smashing stuff, but I just don't know if that's the best idea.
Or we could try another lockpick on the other door.
Yeah. I can try
Or
that.
If we don't want to go to the front, do we think trying to freeze the lock would do anything and make this door break-inable?
Like freeze it and then whack it.
Yeah. Maybe a little more subtle. I don't know.
We could certainly try. I don't know. what other options we might have aside from me going around and trying to lockpick the front.
Okay, I'm gonna Ray of Frost the lock.
Okay. Let me look at that.
I mean, it does make a streak of light, so maybe it's not actually that subtle.
How long are you going to hold it there for?
Just like a hit to the lock.
Just a hit to lock. Okay, so like a turn. 6 seconds.
Sure.
Okay, so you target it. It gets cold. Kind of water vapor around it begins freezing and condensing on it.
Someone whack it.
Do you still have your bone?
I don't know. I was just gonna use like my weapon.
That works too. That
Go
works.
for it.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna hit it with my great axe.
Okay, go ahead and just give me an athletics
Athletics.
check.
Okay. That's an 18.
Okay. Easily you knock off the handle, and kind of all the internal components fall after it, including the latch, and the door swings back and in.
We did it.
It seemed like anyone noticed us.
Perception check.
Somebody else.
I'll do it. Ooh. 16.
An 8. We're totally good, guys.
With those perception checks, I mean, looking around, like, you definitely may have gotten some attention, but no one's really. It's like, if I see him, I'll tell him, kind of situation. But no.
Oh,
No one's running screaming or anything.
Yeah.
Right. Everyone's
what a
like,
town.
No one's raising the alarm.
No cops.
Okay.
Yeah, they really do like their gossip.
Should be fast though.
Yeah. I'm gonna sneak inside. Sneak, sneak, sneak.
And close the door behind us so it doesn't look sketchy.
okay, so you enter and you go to push the door shut. The latch isn't there, so the door
It
slowly
sort of
creaks open.
swings open.
Open. Is there
I
anything
find
we can...
a rock outside that I can use to prop it closed. Roughly.
Okay. So you are in Lord Viral's house. Go ahead and everyone just roll investigation.
One of my worst ones.
17.
23.
19.
10.
Okay, we only got good rolls. In the house, just from the outside as well, like inside, looks like no one's been here in a while. It does look to be furnished comfortably, but just with those investigations, from what you can tell, no one's been spending a ton of time here. The only spots that have really seemed to experience any use are kind of the main room and the kitchen. And it's like brief instances, but like as you go through the home, and you see the bedroom, it's like doesn't look like anyone's used. There's dust forming on everything else. Outside of the main room and kitchen, it's like people that like when they are here, they're in and out. And there's really there's no belongings even really in the house outside of basic furniture.
So we can't see the chest that was aforementioned?
Right.
No, like books or anything hanging out anywhere.
Nope. Just basic furnishings. Some chairs here and there, tables, a table.
Are there any like trap doors or anything?
No, like in investigation, that's just a pretty basic home.
Well,
That's a bust.
and no like ghostly presence or anything here.
No.
Okay. To Farrell's then?
The Farrells.
Let's go.
So to
Sneak out
Farrell's,
the back door.
like when you go out the back door, you pretty much see like from where you came into town, and you kind of see that first home on the right, pretty much straight down the hill out the back door. There's not a path directly there, but you can see it. How are you guys going there? You guys just cutting across, or taking the path through town, or how do you want to do this?
Let's go like the path that passes the least amount of people so that we're not like attracting attention.
Yeah.
Okay, so straight out the back door.
I feel
Or
like
going down.
being a little stealthy might not
Hurt anyone?
hurt.
Especially since like somebody kind of saw us breaking into the other place. But
Yeah.
probably better to keep it on the DL.
Okay, go ahead and roll your stealth checks.
18.
22.
21.
10.
Okay, I mean, you guys, you move quietly, kind of avoiding, but try not to move suspiciously as well. And you make your way down to Pharaoh's home. It's a little smaller. It looks like like if you were to go in, it's gonna be like a studio kind of situation. But you get there and
Does it look a bit more lived in than the last place?
yes, like the windows aren't really boarded up or anything. It doesn't seem like that time of season. There's footprints outside. Going to and from the home, here and there. Yes, it does look like it gets regular use.
Is it a
Try
little
the
more?
handle. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, is it a little more hidden? Like, is there a back door?
Yes. So like coming down straight from the hill from the back door, it kind of lines up directly with the back door of their place. This back door is a little more sheltered. This house sits lower, so it's not completely being overseen, and there is some trees around in the area.
Try the handle of the back door to see if it's unlocked.
It is locked.
Guys, it's locked.
You're a rogue.
I know.
I'm
I'm gonna try and lockpick it.
You can do it.
Where's my? There we go. That is a 15.
All right. right. You do struggle a little bit. It takes you a little bit of time, but you're going through the tumblers with your lockpick, and you're feeling them each stick, and kind of allowing that the cylinder to spin a little bit. And but just as you get to the last one, you you get a click, but then you also feel a small vibration as all the other tumblers. So you go back through, and finally, lock turns. You're able to open the door.
Yes, I got it.
Yay!
Ladies first.
That's. I'm just gonna charge in.
Okay, so you guys all enter. It kind of this is kind of coming through like the back kitchen area. Um, it's kind of one giant room here. You see the kitchen main room, and then you see a door possibly to a bedroom. Um, I'm just gonna go based off like your previous investigation roll. You guys kind of know what you're kind of wanting to look for. But in his home, what you're finding, you do find like business records, and correspondences regarding Lord Bayless's businesses and tannery, like the leatherwork tanneries and cobblers, um, um, essentials, and it's just a lot of you know invoices and documentation of intake and things like that. Um, is kind of what you're kind of sifting through everything. Um, you do like in that though you are finding some purchase orders that related to like purchase stone and lumber and things like that. And there's a lot of materials being purchased in like that you're coming through. Like these are recent purchases, and a lot of material dating back the past 4 years or though here and there. They're kind of all grouped together as you kind of go through. And yeah, it's like for stone, lumber, construction materials that you're seeing. But that's about it. That's kind of just all sprawled out, and you can tell this is kind of Farrell's job. He's the kind of the bookkeeper, the money runner, secretary, treasurer, kind of things for Lord Barrel, from what you can tell.
There's nothing that really screams red flags.
Does he have any weird collectible items?
Weird collectible items.
Weird little figurines on his desk.
One thing we will say, so things aren't really spread out. One thing you'll note about him is everything is very ordered, which is why you're able to sift through everything fairly quickly. Everything was in very neat stacks, and very organized. He has, like, from what you can tell, he probably has a very specific filing system. Very orderly, but nothing specific in his home regarding collectibles or anything like that. No.
This might be a dead end, guys.
To the tower.
Go fight some stuff,
Yeah.
potentially.
Let's do it.
Okay. As you are leaving Farrell's home, you are approached by two individuals.
Oh no.
Two robed individuals. Inquiring, is there anything we can do for you? Are you looking for Lord Farrell? He's not here at the moment, although I'm wondering how you gained entrance.
We're dating.
Deception check.
We're trying to get him to commit.
Okay. It's like, oh, apologies. We weren't aware he was seeing anyone. Never
Yeah, he's
mentioned
been
you,
real
but...
fluttery recently.
It's just, he likes to keep things, a little quiet. It's fine. I don't mind.
These two individuals do seem to be cloaked. Well, he should be back later today. I will notify him that you are. Can I get your name?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
We were actually on our way to see him.
Oh, you're heading to the tower?
Yeah.
It's a
It's kind
romantic.
of a restricted area, but
Gonna give him some ribbons and I flash some ribbons.
Are you gonna stand in the way of true love? Let them be together.
they are definitely confused. It's like, I'll head over there now and notify him that you're here.
No, it's a surprise. I really want to.
So I'm sure he can break away for his love. So I'll go and notify him. Lord Varys is just very picky about the people that are at the tower. It's a dangerous work site and everything. He doesn't want to hold that kind of liability. But I will go let Lord Farrell know that you're that his love is waiting for him in town.
Okay.
I'll go right away.
You said there was two of them?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to charm person at 2nd level.
Okay. What is charm person?
Wisdom saving throw
Okay.
of 13.
You said wisdom, and both of them are getting this?
Yes.
So one is charmed, one is not.
Okay. Might be fine. We'd really prefer for it to be a surprise.
We've been planning this for months.
He knew that she was going to be in town and we're just a little early. And so we thought it would be a really fun surprise. So if you could not say anything, that would be so sweet.
So the charmed one kind of is like, yeah, dude, let's just, for love. Maybe we don't tell them they're here, but we should send them back to town. So we'll go and send them back at least.
That'd be perfect.
It's like, and the other one's like, okay, fine, but we do need to notify him and we'll send him back to town.
Of course.
So they turn and head to. So from there, they're kind of heading to. They're getting ready. They're heading to the barn to get their horses.
Oh, they have horses. We cannot beat them.
Well,
Nice.
Wait.
What?
If you call wait,
No, you can go ahead. I'm asking them to wait. You can go ahead.
No,
Yes,
go for it.
What else? Do you want us to let him know you're here? We're confused. Do you want us to tell him you're here, or we do have to notify him though?
Do you really?
I mean, he's a very busy person. I mean, the sooner he's surprised, the better.
Of course, we don't want to cause any major interruptions, like taking him away from his work all the way back into town.
That seems
he's
like
probably winding up his portion now. I mean, I don't. But
But we really want to see the tower.
ooh, now that we
It
just
seems
can't
really
do.
cool.
Like, again, that's not Lord Farrell's deal. That's Vaalis's Lord Valis. So we outsiders just aren't allowed.
What if we just get near it, but not like so close that, we could be hurt by construction things?
But then how are you
And-
going to get access to Lord Farrell? Isn't that the
Good
whole
to-
point?
Right.
So if we notify him and send him back to town, is that not the best solution here?
But
So-
what better location for a romantic encounter than just outside a beautiful tower?
Yeah, kind of a two birds, one stone
He
sort
thinks
of.
we're in town, but we're really much closer.
We want to see the tower.
Okay, you
and-
can come with us to the outskirts of the tower. We'll go tell him, send him back to town, so he'll cross your path on his way back, and boom, problem solved.
Okay,
Right.
sounds good.
Although we don't have extra horses, so we'll all just walk. Okay, we'll walk together. It's about an hour walk, but
It's fine.
No?
I love walking.
Yeah.
okay. So you begin walking. They are escorting you to the tower area.
Okay, I'm gonna turn to the one that I have charmed. I'm gonna say, oh, we have been traveling and walking for so long today. Is there any way you could be a deer and just fetch us some water?
Okay, one moment. Okay. It's like, oh, of course. So, I mean, like as you're taking off, he just runs quick back, and fills up a couple water skins. And
Okay, while
What's the
he's
bring it
away, I'm gonna whisper to my dwarven friend to knock out the other one
Okay,
quick before he sees.
gonna knock him out.
okay, roll to hit.
Great. I guess I'll just use like the blunt end of my great axe because I'm not trying to like super hurt him. Just this is a 27, so that's a nat 20 plus the 7.
Oh, that hits. Go ahead and roll. Because of the situation, we'll go ahead and say he is knocked unconscious.
Okay. Nice. Okay, when the other one comes back. Oh,
Drag him off to the side and just sort of like try
no,
and
I'm
hide
not
him.
trying to hide him.
How we just
Okay.
not-
I
Oh,
want the other one to see him.
okay.
Okay, when he comes back, I'll just be all flustered. Like, I don't know, he just fell. There's something wrong with him. You have to help him.
Oh,
we all
So
doing
he
this,
comes
or-
back with a lot of bags.
Cartwheeling.
He's like, he's a little frazzled. He's like, oh no, and he goes to check on his companion. He's kind of investigating. What's your plan here? What's going on?
Okay, I'm gonna tell him, you know what? Like, there probably is a lot going on and we shouldn't go to the tower today. You should take him somewhere that he can be helped. A healer or something. Like, I don't know. Is he dying?
No, he does in kind of from what he's able to. He does some checks. He checks strong pulse, still breathing, It's like, I think he'll be fine. I think he just passed out. Let me go ahead and I'll take him back to Lord Farrell's and put him to rest, and I'll be back to escort you to the tower.
Oh, I
You
don't
should stay
think
with him.
we should go to the tower anymore with all this
Yeah.
going on. We'll just go
should-
back
you
to
should
the
keep an
tavern
eye
and
on
wait
him.
for
He's like,
him there.
But love. My companion will understand when he comes to. I'll send someone back to check on him on my way back, and it'll be fine. It's you all are fine. We'll be I'll be right back. Just take him back, and he's kind of he's pretty strong. He picks him right up, and he's just carrying him. It's like, I'll be right back. He kind of throws him over his shoulder just as a little convenient. He like starts kind of running as best he can while carrying a body.
Take your time.
And he starts
Maybe give him a meal.
heading back to Lord Farrell's, carrying him back to Lord Farrell's.
The moment he's out of sight, we should make a dash for it.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. He gets out of
Like,
sight
just book
and
it.
athletics checks.
9.
15.
4.
Oh dear.
10.
Wait, who rolled a 14?
I got a 15.
15. So you all, they get out of sight and you start sprinting. And gradually, just one by one, you guys get so winded.
Drop like flies.
So you get 50 meters, and then 75. The next person drops off
Sorry,
at
guys,
75
I'm
meters.
really out of
My side.
You turn around and you're just you're a little bit ahead of her. You're just like, what's going on? And it's like, we gotta go. We gotta go. He's gonna be looking for us after he drops him off.
Go on without me.
Right, well, can we fast walk? We got a slight head start, right?
But so you guys regroup, take a quick breath, and continue your way toward the tower. So about an hour goes by, and you begin to see a tower off in the distance. It's an old stone tower, long abandoned, kind of crumbling. You do see some small little tents and structures on the outside of it here and there as you're approaching. Or they've kind of set up like a construction kind of little, just people staying out there working and things like that. And you see one, nicer structure, kind of probably where a foreman or someone in charge would be staying. And you approach. So as you approach, there is kind of a grove on the outside of gnarled scrub trees, and you do see some fallen stone in the vicinity from just the abandoned tower kind of decaying. You do see you don't really see actual signs of people that you believe should be there. You do see tools scattered around the site, showing that they were doing reconstruction or anything. But from what you can tell, nothing's really happened to the structure. It's still from everything, so you're not seeing any recent stonework being added to the structure or anything like that. As you get closer, as you get closer, you are seeing like materials on the uh, around the area, but based on the look of the like the lumber and everything, they've been laying out in the elements for years. Um, uh, doesn't look like anything's really being used. Um, uh, like as you kind of walk through the field and everything, again, still not seeing anybody really around. Um, Tools that have been laid about, you are seeing showing signs of wear and rust from being exposed to elements, not necessarily use. Um, what are we doing?
You said there was a like almost like a foreman's hut.
Yes.
Does it look like there's any um like any of these rest tools? Like has the foreman's hut had or slash have the same amount of like disuse
So
almost?
in if you look a little closer, like you can tell that like the tents are maybe like used occasionally, um, in that like the huts and stuff like the hut may have been like it's used mostly like as an overnight sleeping area, and it has been recently used. Yes.
Um,
As you do approach, you like you are getting closer to the tower. You can kind of see into the tower, um, from the bottom entrance. Like can't quite see all the way in until you get closer. But from what you can tell from the entrance, the initial entrance, the staircase leads down. Um,
guys, this might be an underground operation.
Can we see anyone outside right now?
you are not noticing. No, nobody is really around.
Um,
Like okay, in your analysis, like what you do see around, there is two horses at the foreman's hut while you were there. There are two horses that are tied up, um, but that is like the only initial living signs you see in the in your current vicinity.
so I can cast invisibility on myself and go down the stairs and like scout ahead a little bit into this like down the stairs to see if I see anything for us. So I'm gonna do that.
Okay.
I'm gonna use that invisibility spell because that's a thing that I have.
So you cast invisibility and roll me a stealth check with advantage.
Oh, that is a 26.
26. All right.
Yes,
You are
26.
prepared. I mean, you are confident in your invisibility, but also confident in your steps. Um, as you approach the tower entrance, you see that the staircase leads about 30 feet down. It's about 30 feet long, 30 feet in. Um, as you sneak down into the initial room, you do see directly ahead, about 45 feet, is a fountain. And there's about 6 pillars in this larger room. It's about 30 feet by 50 feet in size. As you do come down, though, you do see two robed figures, as well as two figures that seem to be floating and tendril-esque. Upon further roll a perception check for me.
Perception?
Yeah.
30-20.
Okay. So as you come down, you do see two creatures, kind of a bulbous floating brain with tendrils and a beak.
Okay. So I'm gonna quietly sneak back up and go to my peeps and say, guys, there's some really weird floating brains down there.
You startle them for one. Because next thing
I
you
mean,
know,
yeah,
you guys
that
just hear
fits.
whispering in your area. She's
Guys,
invisible.
guys, this is the ghost of Christmas past. Here to tell you there's some weird floating brains.
There's so many ghosts around. This is crazy, guys.
And there's two of those weird cult followers that might not actually be cultists, but I'm just convincing myself that they are. So like there is more going on here than I think they think there is. Also a fountain and some pillars. So yeah.
But they both look like followers. One didn't look like maybe the Lord or
No,
distinguished.
so there's like the two robed people and then like these two floaty brain things. Neither really looked like extinguished. No,
Extinguished.
not from what I could gather.
Distinguished.
Yes, I just ran in with the fire hose and just but no.
Okay.
Does any of this sound familiar to me with my arcane knowledge?
Based on their descriptions of what she's able to gather, I mean, no, like definitely they sound, you're definitely starting to believe these are cultists of some sort. Although, like, you aren't given any additional details regarding the fountain. Go ahead and roll a nature check.
16.
16. So, based on her description of the floating brains and the details she's given you, with your knowledge and your studies, what does sound familiar, you believe these are grells. They're an aberration creature. But in general, affiliated with covens. Have paralytic abilities, things of the sort.
That's inconvenient. I will pass on the information that I know.
And we chop them with my great axe.
I don't see why not.
I've also got a short bow and some daggers that I could toss at him. Fight him from a distance.
Should we do that?
Yeah.
Does anyone object?
All right. Can we all go down?
See if we can get a surprise attack on him.
Yeah. We'll go. We'll be
Sneakily. Go down sneakily is what I'm trying to say there.
yeah.
All right. Everyone roll stealth.
Got 15.
15.
11.
13.
11. Okay. You begin making your way down, but there are just a couple missteps. You're still confident in your stealth, but it is stone and it is echoey. And as you approach the bottom of the stairs, they are all eyes are on the entrance. Roll initiative.
I got
I was
7.
doing so good for a while. 6.
Okay,
Well,
sorry. We'll go one by one. Shanine, what was yours?
And
10? Who's next on my list here? Andrea?
7.
7. Emma?
6.
6. And Keela?
12.
12.
You get to go first.
Woo!
Oh my gosh.
Don't be scared. It's okay.
I mean, there's a chance one of them goes first too, so.
It's yeah.
So due to the noise, so we have couple cultists coming. So you now see the room, though. You guys are at the bottom of the stairs. You see this 30 by 50 foot room. To the left, you see some decaying structure, about 10 feet wide opening leading out of the room. Toward the back, you see the fountain and double doors behind that. And to the right, about halfway, about 25 feet in, there is another single door. At the start of the round, you see a hooded figure, now you believe to be a cultist, come running through, followed by another and another. Or just 2 cultists come through that door, whereas the previous cultists are there and waiting. The cultists that were previously in the room, one runs up. What is your order here, though? Describe to me like how you guys approached and entered, who's in front, where, and kind of your relationship to each other there here in the entrance.
I'm probably first.
You're
In the
like-
grand sc-
I feel like I would be really close to the front too.
Yeah.
And you guys just kind of holding back out in the back there. Okay, so you guys are just at the very bottom of the stairs. 2 and 2, just kind of in a 20-foot area of the bottom row. You guys are just off the stairs, and you two are just on the very low rung of the stairs. Um, the cultist in the room is going to what are their abilities? Okay. Is going to run up and slash at our barbarian friend. Does not hit, and misses. But the next cultist, robes look a little different. And it does approach very confidently. And goes this wing. Does a 14 hit?
No.
And second attack is 6. But he takes a more defensive position following. But with that, then just at the bottom, coming from one side, approaching our rogue, is the Grell. The Grell comes in. Okay, let me read this real quick. Okay, it is going to lash out with its tentacles. Does a 13 hit?
No.
No. Second attack, 18.
Yes.
Okay. So you are going to take 12 points of piercing damage and then roll a Constitution saving throw.
12 damage. Ooh. 20. 30.
30. You succeed. You are not paralyzed.
Sweet.
But you are grappled. So to escape, you must roll a strength saving or a strength check. And enemies have advantage on their attacks against you.
Grapple.
All right, Keela, you are up.
Okay.
For Keela, rolled the highest initiative. It's her first time and her
Like,
first
I don't know what
combat.
to do.
So essentially, right now you are standing behind either your barbarian or a rogue. Right now, our rogue is being restrained by one of these weird floating brain creatures, and our barbarian is being flanked by 2 cultists. There are other cultists that have just entered the room as well, from what you are able to see.
Okay. I mean, I don't really have any. I have a dagger, but that's probably not going to help much. So I'm trying to find a spell that might. I can do a confusion spell that might give our people a little bit of time to kind of get the upper hand. Does that sound like a thing?
Sure.
Okay. So what do I do for that?
All right. So it's specifically called it is the confusion.
Yes, and it's 4th level.
Okay. Just a moment. So I can advise. Okay. So you have a range of 90 feet. is as far out as you can spell. And so essentially from that point that you are picking, we are going to say creatures within the 10-foot radius of that point are going to roll wisdom saving throws. So obviously you don't want to cast this right in front of you because it's going to be all creatures within the radius are going to be affected, including your
allies.
Got it.
You can point it out, so you want to probably cast this right behind a creature, or 10 feet behind a creature within, like, so depends on what you want to target. Do you want to target, like, right now based on, you can get the 2 cultists, or you can get a cultist and a grell.
Let's get a cultist and a grell.
Okay. So, go ahead. Oh, no. Actually, so you're casting. So these creatures actually have to roll a wisdom saving throw against your bard. So what is your charisma?
My total
is... Did it give you your spell modifier? Spell casting?
I believe so. Where would I see that?
That's what I'm trying to remember. Emma, can you help? Like, where does your...
Or if you
so
click
are you
on
on
the
D&D
title
Beyond?
of your spell,
Yeah, click the title of the
it'll
spell.
pop up.
It should tell us what the DC is.
It'll say attack save. Was wisdom, right?
Yes.
WIS and then a number.
15.
15. Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Been a while.
Sorry.
Right here.
Okay. So the Grell succeeds with a 17. And our cultist fails with a 12. So the cultist is affected. Go ahead and roll me a d10.
A d10.
Yep.
I don't know what that means. Like, what?
10-sided
What do
dice.
I roll?
One of these.
So, yeah.
One of the diamond-looking ones.
1 through.
Well, if I'm rolling on the website.
Oh.
It'll say D10.
Oh.
So
You
if
don't
you
want
click
the
your dice,
percentage
it
ones.
should be, yeah.
Yes.
So it's
okay,
D20,
I found it.
D12, D10. Roll me.
Yeah, sorry. Roll that.
Yeah.
Got it.
You roll to determine the effect.
I got an 8.
Okay. Perfect. I'm just going to notate that. Next up, we have Shanine, or Moderna.
Uvaldia?
Mavalda.
Uvalda. I put an I in there when I wrote it down.
All right. I am going to cast Black Tentacles. So this will basically turn the ground into a bunch of tentacles within a 20-foot square. And its range is 90 feet. So I would like to place it where it would get the most people.
Okay, what's the radius?
People. A 20-foot square.
20-foot square. So your
But-
options are still kind of the same without affecting your companions. You can target both cultists, or you can get a Grell and a cultist.
Okay, I'll go for the 2 cultists.
Okay. And what happens?
Okay. So the ground turns into writhing black tentacles. When a creature enters or starts their turn there, they have to make a dex saving throw or
Okay.
take a heck ton of damage.
Okay.
And it also restrains them.
And restrains them. Okay. Andrea, what's our barbarian doing?
All right. So I'm kind of like in between 2 cultists, right?
Yes.
All right. Well, I'd like to go into a rage to start.
Okay. Bonus action rage.
Yeah. And then I'll do I have like a double attack thing. I can do 2 attacks per action.
You have a
So,
multi-attack, yeah.
yeah, just take 1 swing at each of them with my great axe.
Okay.
So the first one is a 16.
Hits.
Okay.
Roll for damage.
So that's 6 damage.
Okay.
And then the second one is a 13 to hit.
Hits.
Okay. And then that one does 5 damage.
And 5 damage. Okay. All right. Next up, we have the second Grell that moves from the back of the room, or from halfway up, and kind of floats, but isn't quite able to make it to the group. And stops and also sees the black tentacles coming through the floor, and kind of floats a little farther up. As part of its turn. And then rogue time.
Okay, so I have to you said I have to roll to break grapple?
Right. You are grappled.
Okay. So could I potentially use one of my daggers to help me break grapple?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna try and use one of my daggers to help me break grapple.
Okay, I'll go ahead and let you roll with advantage.
Ooh. Do I add anything, or is it just my roll?
It's your strength.
17.
17, you do break free of the grapple.
Woo!
So you would still, so you have movement available and bonus actions.
Okie dokie. So let's see. I would like to get rid of that email. I would like to move back away from the guy, the floaty brain, and pull out my short bow.
Okay, so
Period.
you step back through kind of sidestepping your companions behind you um, and preparing your bow.
Yeah.
Okay. Um, the two cultists that previously entered, so that turret. So you guys come down. Everyone's kind of ready. Just you guys from kind of the echoing noise echoing from the stones. They were just semi alerted. A couple extra cultists enter the room, and the cultists available and the Grell approach the group, grappling one, but immediately slashing up with their dagger. Um, Gets out of the grapple, and the two other cultists approach the barbarian, swinging and missing pretty handily, just evading, and then response with just two direct smacks to the gut with the battle axe. Is that what you have? With their battle axe doing some decent damage. Um, did you just really roll? Do you have a damage modifier addition with that?
I've been trying to figure that out because it's like I thought maybe it automatically added it, but like the rage damage, but I don't know that it does.
Because what is the damage on your?
It's 1d12, and then
just
my
straight,
strength,
no modifier, no plus anything.
right, and then my strength modifier is +4, and then I add the rage too, right?
So the rage is what gives you advantage.
Is it? So I thought rage added to the damage.
I'm trying to remember. Because I feel like maybe you did more damage. Oh, okay, sorry. When raging, advantage on strength checks. Make a use strength. You gain a bonus to the damage roll that increases as you gain levels. Rage column. What path did you take?
Berserker.
Path Berserker. Oh, here's the rage column. Nope. Okay, so then you get so you get damage. Your damage on dice. +2. Oh wait, you're 7th. +2, for rage tax and your strength modifier.
Okay, yeah. So then those should each be like 2 higher than what they were.
2 higher.
Yeah.
Oh, those poor D12 rolls.
They were.
But one of those is, oops. One of the cultists is hurting. But two of the cultists that had previously entered now at the top of the round, they come sprinting forward, kind of seeing you in this rage. They speak, they cast command. And so you'll need to roll a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Those weren't the ones I cast black tentacles on, was it?
No.
How many cultists are there?
4.
I got a 12.
12. You succeed.
Okay.
Nice. Good job. I was a little worried there for a second, not gonna lie.
The second one, kind of running with his friend or companion, sees it fail, and further approaches, of being cautious to avoid the black tentacles, but runs straight forward out and to fill the spot that Zed was previously in, and swings his scimitar at. I'm never gonna get this right, Shanine. But at you.
Mavolda. I have to look at it every time too. It's terrible.
It's like, oops, picked the wrong name. It's a cool name, but it's hard for a one shot.
Just Poppy now.
Does a 12 hit?
Yes.
Yes. You will take 6 points of damage, slashing damage. So they're starting their turn in the black tentacles. What's happening?
Yes. Okay, they have to make a dex saving throw. 13.
Nat 20 on one.
Oh.
The one that's
no.
severely hurt, though. Just throwing that out there. And then if they succeed, what happens?
I think nothing. They're
Just nothing.
fine.
They can, but they have to get.
They don't take half damage or anything.
No.
No.
If they succeed, they're fine.
And so it only happens if they start their turn or move into it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. This cultist is going to attempt to swing at our barbarian friend for a 22.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Doing 5 points of slashing damage. But he's hurting, so he is going to attempt to back out and get out of these tendrils, giving you an attack of opportunity.
Yeah,
Should you wish to take
Ooh.
it?
I do wish to take it.
Do it.
All right. So 15 to hit.
15 hits, and don't even roll damage. This guy's down. So he slashes out, hits you. You kind of just take it, and you look at him, and he kind of fears, and he's trying to get away. Notice he's enveloped in these black tendrils, and you just boop, and he's down. The next one, what was this? Dex saving throw. Needs to be what?
13.
He fails. What happens?
Yes. Okay, he is restrained, and now he will take 3d6 bludgeoning damage.
Roll it for me.
Wow.
That is 15.
Woo. All right. He's hurting, but he's confident. He looks kind of like a league above the rest for the most part. And he sees what is your barbarian's name again? I'm bad with character.
Brildell?
Brildell. So he looks at Brildell and he speaks command word grovel. Wisdom saving throw.
It's a 13.
You succeed. Wise barbarian. What is this? Polar?
I'm not. Really not.
It's not a dump stat.
It's a good roll.
I'm
Cultists aren't doing their jobs.
impressed.
This is not how this combat's supposed to go.
Fighter by night, accountant by day.
So he succeeds. But he's going to take his second action to swing at you with his scimitar after failing.
Being restrained? Is this the restrained one?
No, it is.
So he can make an action, a strength or dex check, to see if he can free himself.
13. Does it free himself?
It is equal to my save DC. Is that a success? I don't know.
Ooh. I can't remember now. I'm not a rules lawyer right now. I think meets beats. That's the
So.
term. I'm gonna say meets beats. So
Okay.
he frees
So
himself. He's just gonna sidestep out of it. But he's not leaving melee range from you. So no attack of opportunity here. We do have, so next up then we have our Grell kind of moving in. Kind of floats up, being cautious to avoid any lingering effects on the ground here. And is going to go at the closest, which is, you've backed up and out, which is, so it is approaching, is going to come up above, and Janine's character taking its attack with its tentacles. It's gonna miss. 6 hit, does not hit, right? Please tell me you have a higher armor class than that. Then it's gonna attack with its beak. 21 hit.
Yep.
Take 9 points of piercing damage.
Alrighty.
And that brings us to Bard. What are you doing?
Vicious mockery.
Yeah.
Who are you mocking?
Classic.
This Grell thing that's coming at us.
Okay. What are you saying to it?
Hey, you suck. Get out of our face.
Get him.
You're making it feel really self-conscious since you said suck and it doesn't have lips.
That was my intention.
What do I have to roll?
15. Wisdom 15.
It fails. Yeah, it's very self-conscious about not having lips and having a big and how much damage?
2d4. Does that make sense?
So roll 2d4.
Okay. So it's 2 numbers, correct?
Add them together.
Okay, 5.
5 points of damage for not having lips. Doing anything else? You have movement. You have.
Does anyone need a healing word? Are we still good?
All right now.
Okay. I'll just chill for now, I guess.
Okay. Janine.
Okay. I will. How many people are looking rough?
Really the kind of annoying, like the cocky cultist that's present, is that got screwed over by your tendrils here, is looking rough. otherwise, the Grell is still looking pretty healthy. And one of the cultists is down. The two cultists that haven't managed to make it to the group yet are still waiting in standby.
Okay. I'm going to Ray of Frost the cultist. The cocky cultist.
Okay. What's the saving throw?
I roll.
Oh, it's attack roll.
Yep. 15 to hit.
Hits.
Nice.
Okay.
Cultists have no armor class. They're in robes.
Nice anyway.
That is 12
He's
frost damage.
Oof.
You cast your Ray of Frost and it hits him. And the cold's in the shock into his system and he is out cold. Pun intended.
He's out cold.
But
Cameron's not here, so I get to do that. Next up, we have Barbarian. Andrea.
All right. So I'm going to go to the Grell and do the multi-attack it.
So you just kind of turn, rotate. You have a cultist to your left, body to your left, and a cultist body to your right. But you kind of turn all the way around toward where this Grell has kind of snuck into this space, and swing at it.
All right. First one's a 12.
Hits.
Okay. So then that's 8 damage.
Okay.
And then the second one, 17.
Hits.
And that is 15 damage.
Woohoo! Good roll that time. All right. Grell is looking a little rough, but still seems to have some good stamina. But the second Grell that's kind of floating, it's gonna make its approach over the tendrils and stay above the air, but it's gonna come pretty much right above you, lashing out with its tentacles. Oops, wrong roll. 19. Hits?
To me?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. You're going to take 8 points of piercing damage and then a constitution saving throw.
Do I have half damage on some things because of the rage?
Ooh. Thank you for reminding me.
So.
Resistance, so you take half damage. So you would take... What was my damage amount?
It was
4.
8.
You take 4
Okay.
points of piercing damage. And you were raging prior, so half whatever damage I previously did too.
Okay. I don't remember.
Because that was slashing.
I'm not that worried.
She's like, "Oh, I still have so much health.
Yeah.
This is nothing." But roll. You will
Perks of being
still
a-
have your Constitution saving throw.
Oh, that's true. Okay. Cool. I'm good at those. 17.
17 is a success. It is gonna lash out with its beak now. 13 does not hit, I'm assuming.
Nope.
All right, and misses with its beak. And our very slow rogue.
Hi. So, the Grell that's looking a little tough, looking a little downtrodden. is technically one of my allies within 5 feet of it.
Yes.
So, if I land a hit on it with my crossbow, would I be able to take the sneak attack to deal extra damage? Because I have an ally within 5 feet. Assuming I land the hit, the roll, for the AC.
Let me look at sneak attack real quick. I'm trying to remember. No.
Okay.
Being that you can add the extra damage to one creature with an attack if you have advantage on the attack roll.
It does say you don't need advantage if another enemy of the target is within 5 feet.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I'll go by your call.
I was just trying to remember. No, that's right. So, yeah, you can once per turn you can add your sneak attack.
Right. So I'm gonna do that and see if I can deal extra damage when aim and fire at the guy that's looking rough.
Okay.
So that is a 16 to hit.
Hits.
Sweet. $17.
Okay. Anything else?
I would like to just stay where I am.
Okay.
So no.
All right. So the two cultists that have been kind of sitting back, kind of sidestep through the tendrils, approaching, and again attempt to shout command word. No, sorry, never mind. The one that attempted to last time will run up and swing its scimitar. I think the only one it can get to is our barbarian friend. Just also hurting everyone. Does a 20 hit?
It does.
You'll take 1 point of slashing damage because I rolled 2 damage.
Oh.
The next one, the one that was intimidated previously, kind of finds his nerve, and he's gonna yell out command word, grovel again. So wisdom saving throw.
It's a 3.
All right. So your next turn, you will fall to the ground and end your turn.
Darn.
Finally. Next up, we have our Grell that is locked in combat with our wizard dwarf, right?
Yeah.
All right. And this is going to come in. It's going to attempt to use its tentacles again. $20 hit. You are going to take 7 points of piercing damage and roll a Constitution saving throw.
Uh, 12.
Succeed.
Yes.
It's gonna hit you with its beak. It's gonna miss with a 7.
Nope.
All right, Keela, you are up. What's your bard doing?
All right, we're gonna do a shatter spell.
Okay, where are you targeting this?
All right, who's up? Remind me, 2 cultists and a girl, right?
So so you have essentially you have 2 grells, kind of one that's like above our barbarian. One is then kitty corner square up between our barbarian and our wizard. And then the 2 cultists are just outside, or like almost like right there too, but they're about 10 feet out from there.
So can I target the 2 cultists?
So let me. So you have a 10-foot radius. You can hit everyone.
Okay. Let's do it.
Okay. Yeah. Based on my visualization, I'm gonna say you can hit them all. So roll. You have to roll. You roll an attack, don't you? No, sorry. Creatures make Constitution saving throws. Sorry,
Yeah.
I was misreading that because I didn't see the saving throw. Okay, Constitution saving throws. First one's a 12. Succeed or
Oh, I succeed. Yeah, they need a 15.
they need a 15? Okay, so that's full damage. Go ahead and roll your damage. I'm showing it's 3d8.
It'll be 48 because of the level.
Okay, 48. Roll your damage so I can apply it as I go through these guys'.
23.
Okay.
Nice.
Oops. Oops. 23 damage. Okay. Next Grell is going to roll it. It's going to succeed, so it's going to take half damage of 23.
11
11.
and a half.
Yeah.
Math is hard. Oh, it's down. So this is the one that was directly in front of Wizard
Oh, Valda.
Valda. Moderna.
Pfizer.
Every time I go to think about it, that's all I think of is Moderna. I'm like, oh, it's not a COVID vaccine.
J&J.
And ultimately, you are going to take out both cultists because even with a save and half damage, that is enough to take them out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
Oh my gosh. I should have done that one first.
So
How do you feel?
so after a few lashing out of the grells and attempts to, although so as this happens, so then they fall, but then immediately your barbarian falls to the ground as this kind of happens as well. You all are a little confused, but so the bard steps out, shatters, and loud thundering with echoes through your opponents, and they just crumble beneath. Oh, sorry, we still have one Grell left. Got hurt. Sorry, never mind. But all of these opponents just kind of crumble around. Next up is our wizard. This Grell is floating beneath, above. Brunilda? I should have written all these down at the beginning. My bad. But what are you doing?
All right. I will Ray of Frost this Grell.
You roll attack, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a 18 to hit.
Hits.
Uh, 15 damage. Frost damage.
Okay. Takes
Cold
it.
damage.
Now, our barbarian, watching us, does collapse, or just throws itself down on the ground.
Just had some FOMO, you know, it's fine.
Yeah.
With that, then our Grell is going to move in and make an attack with advantage against our fallen barb, or just down barb. It's gonna miss.
Oh.
Oh
Those
man,
stationary
he even had
targets
With
it
its
are so
tentacles?
hard.
And does a 15 hit? No?
No.
With
Oh
advantage?
man.
And it's gonna completely miss. Its sound still echoing through its head. It's a little dazed, apparently. And finishing up with our rogue.
Okay, I'm gonna switch to this guy that just completely failed on his turn. I assume Barbarian is within 5 feet? Question mark?
Yes, but I'm not gonna give you sneak attack since
That's
they
fine.
are prone.
That's fine.
So they are
Okay.
at
will
a
just do
disadvantage. They're non-threatening to the creature.
Regular attack then, without that extra bonus, whatever. With my bow and arrow, essentially, and fire, because I still get 1d6 with that. So. And
Miss.
yeah,
Serves you right.
I know. In which case, I'm going to. How far away is the cultist from where I am, roughly?
All cultists are down.
Or whatever this guy is. The Gree? Is it a Gree?
Grell?
Grell. Starts with a G. The guy for.
How far is the Grell from you?
Yeah.
You're probably 20 feet.
Okay.
From where because you moved back initially.
Okay. In which case, I'm going to stay where I am.
Okay.
That's it. Period.
All
End
right,
of
Keela,
sentence.
you're up again.
You're muted. There you go.
Sorry. Let's do thunderclap, I guess. Sound worked for me last time, so.
Sure you don't want to try something with lightning?
Do I have that?
That's the DM giving you a tip.
Or it's the
I mean,
DM trying to mislead you?
Or
Yeah,
that,
like,
you
or it's a
know.
trap.
Wee-oo.
Wait, is it? Is it?
Just do what you want.
Yeah. Do what
Do
your
what you
heart
want.
desires.
Do
Yeah.
another vicious mockery. You can never go wrong.
Yeah,
That's true.
exactly.
That's true. Okay. All right. We'll viciously mock this last dude.
What are you saying to it?
You and what army? Look at your friends. Something like that.
Okay, and it's wisdom?
Yeah.
15.
That's what he needed. Dang
He
it.
succeeds.
Unperturbed by my amazing mocking.
They're typically loners anyway. He's like, psh, I don't care about them.
Yeah.
If you would have said something about lips.
I should've gone with what I know.
Janine.
All right. I'm gonna go with Ray of Frost again. That is a 19 to hit.
Hits.
7 cold damage.
7 cold damage. All right. Barbarian. You are prone, but you're in control.
Okay. So if I get up, does that affect my action? Or
That's
just my
half your movement.
That's fine. I'll get up, and then I would like to go back into a rage because I'm pretty sure my rage is gone now.
How many rages do you have?
I have 4.
Okay.
So then I'm gonna hit it twice.
Swing the hit.
Good old standby. That's a nat 1. Plus 7 is 8, so I don't. Does that fail? I don't know how that works.
It's a critical fail, but so it's not going to hit to begin, but because it's a nat 1. Nor, yeah, with attempts to attack, it's gonna critical fail. With the critical failure, I'm gonna take away your multi-hit or multi-attack. Because you go to swing, you go pop up, and you go to swing, but you're just a little off balance from having to get back up. You got up too fast. You're a little lightheaded. You go to swing, and you just whiff, and you turn around too far, and you're just too slow to get that second attack out. Not having been hit by the barbarian, Carl's like, okay, we're gonna move out. It does move a little forward. And having been kind of rudely hurt by the bard's abilities, it is going to attempt to hit with its tentacles. Does a 19 hit? Keela.
Yeah, that got me.
Perfect. 12 points of piercing damage.
Oof.
Ooh.
I just rolled max.
Brutal.
I'm doing stuff finally. And please roll a Constitution saving throw.
20.
Fine. Now it's gonna beak at you. Dirty 20
Jeez.
and
do-
7 points of piercing damage.
Okay, so what do I do? Sorry.
That's all. You just
Okay.
took damage.
Got it.
All right, Emma.
All right. So I'm going to just try one more time with my short bow to aim for this grell and fire. Ready and fire.
Okay. Shoot.
That does not hit with a 3.
Unfortunately. Oh well. So yeah, it will. You would get sneak attack this time around, but that's to hit, so you miss.
Yeah. So, in which case, does a grell have like a front side versus a back side?
Yes, I mean the front side's the beak side.
does it have like eyeball type things to see?
No. They don't have eyeballs. They use blind sight.
Okay, so I want to like try and like with my movement, I want to move to like go behind it
Okay.
and just like hang out there for my next turn.
Okay.
And as I do, I'm gonna put away my short bow.
Okay.
And pull out my short sword, and that'll be it.
Okay. And Keela.
Let's do shatter again. That worked really well last time.
You sure?
Yeah.
Do it. Just trust your instincts.
Yeah, let's do it.
And roll your damage.
17.
Oh, so it has a chance. And it's a Constitution.
Yes.
It dead.
Nice.
All right, so all enemies are down due to the shatters being thunderous and loud. The rest of the facility is going to be aware of your existence. They're not sure who or what you are, but you have entered the initial piece of this cultish area. You're currently sitting in the antechamber. 3 possible routes. In this chamber is sitting a fountain with pristine, clear water. What would you guys like to do?
Is there anything interesting on the bodies?
Robes and scimitars.
Okay, I don't
some
really need
tattoos.
those. Can't really transplant those from one to another.
And we stage it to look like they fought each other. Just to, like,
Okay, yeah.
eat off of ourselves.
Honestly, would not have thought of that, and that's brilliant.
Sure, roll a performance check.
Me?
Anyone.
I can. I have high
Yeah,
performance.
let's let the bar do that.
Yeah.
Mostly just like you're dealing with heavy things. I'm having you roll a performance check to determine how realistic you're making this look.
Very.
23.
Okay, so it does kind of look like things got heated here. You did a good job, although there was some abilities being used that they're pretty aware that aren't in their wheelhouse. But ultimately, you know, if anybody just sees this, it looks like they fought each other. All right. So your options in terms here, so you can go straight down this room and go through 2 double doors, or there is an opening to the room, no door, just an opening. Kind of seems to veer down a little bit. An opening to the left, it's about 10 feet wide, and there is a door to about midway down the right-hand wall where the cultist came from.
Are we hoping to like snoop around, or are we hoping to confront the Lord guy?
Either or.
Because I feel like the double doors are more like prominent, that might lead us to the guy. But the other ways might be more sneaky snoopy.
I vote double doors.
Yeah.
Works for me.
Do it.
Drama. Go for the drama.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
All
Maybe
right,
we'll find my boyfriend.
all right, so you come down and past the fountain through the two double doors. This brings you into.
Can I wait? Can I toss a copper coin into the fountain as we pass? Just for the heck of it.
Sure.
Great. And I just make some random wish.
As you do pass the fountain, what you will see a pristine silver cup on its ledge.
Just gonna leave it there and toss his
Okay,
coin
you
in.
toss a coin in. Just
Yeah.
throwing it out.
Just
Throwing it out there.
you know. I could take it, but that seems a little red flag to me.
I thought maybe you guys needed a drink.
I don't like the expression on your face. So,
Just a cultist cup by a cultist
You know.
human. It's probably totally fine.
All right, so you guys go through the double door. Which brings
Can we
us.
try and be sneaky, or can we like dramatically burst through the door?
yeah.
What does your heart tell you?
I mean, I want to burst.
Okay, you go ahead and burst. I'm gonna hide around the corner, out of sight.
All right, so you come in and you kind of it's kind of a a hall perpendicular to the room, but straight ahead, yet another staircase leading another 30 feet down, a little bit farther. You look down, if you do look down, you would see you wouldn't see you wouldn't see anything. You look down, you see that it goes into another hall that looks to be extended either both left and right, and a wall at the very bottom. But the hall you are in seems to just be administrative. There's a few desks in the area. Possible office for cultist enlistment, maybe there's just various books and random trinkets spread across various wooden desks. And yeah, and another hall set of stairs, 10 feet wide, again, just as your initial entrance, going 20 feet or 30 feet down.
I feel like this guy would put himself with the administration people.
They said he liked to flaunt his money, right? So he's probably somewhat fancy. I don't know.
Room with a view, an office with a view. As much of a view as you can get underground.
That's what I was gonna say.
You know?
Put in a window to see the dirt.
Layer of fossils, the fossil record.
Should we just go a different way?
Just keep going down, see what else we find further down the stairs.
Go further down?
Yeah.
All right. As you come down these stairs, you do see a warm glow emanating from either side, left and right. But you look left and right, you can tell it's about 60 feet to dead ends, and both sides curve toward the front.
Ooh.
So are we thinking it circles around, so like both paths would take us to the same place?
Kind of what I'm wondering.
We can split up and find out, because that's always a great idea.
Where
Always.
you are,
Totally.
as you're discussing, you do hear some faint sounds coming from both ends. It sounds like similar sounds coming from either end. Possible. It's hard to make out because it is just so echoey. You get a lot of reverberation. But from what you can tell, it's chanting.
Good.
Creepy.
That's always a good sign.
Well, if they do lead to the same place, should we split up so we can kind of surround
Blank.
whatever's happening there, as opposed to just being one-sided?
It's a risk, because we don't know for sure.
Yeah.
But it's yeah, we could. Let's do it.
I mean,
You guys splitting up
all right. It's a risk.
with the party?
Yeah. We're gonna split
Keela,
up.
are you sure of your suggestion?
You never split the
Would
party.
you
No, you
Listen,
like
But you can
to
totally split the
revise
party
your
if you want to.
suggestion?
Too late. You said you were. Go either way. Decide who's going
Okay.
where.
Fine, I'm going to the right. I'm just like, this is why I have trust issues.
Going right. Okay. And who else is going right with her?
I have my short sword out, ready
You
to
want,
go.
Like one attacky and one magic person on each side.
Yeah, that might be good.
Probably.
Okay.
All right. So those who are going left, as you turn, you realize that the wall was a back wall to a small room. There is a door immediately to your right, but as both of you reach the end of the halls, yes, you do see that both ends open up into a larger room where you do see a eerie aqua colored flame, and you will see standing at attention, on alert, but you do see with his back to you, you do see a character, someone in elaborate robes, performing a ritual, while those around him assist, but also on alert, looking toward their backs, the back entrance, for any intruders that they have been alerted to.
So away from us, like not where we're coming from.
They're toward the
Or towards
back
us.
end of the room. and they
So the
are
same
looking
direction
toward
we're
you.
looking.
No,
Okay,
they're
so they're
looking towards you.
Okay. Okay.
The one performing the ritual at the very front of the room from where
has
you
their
are
back
has their back
from
to
us. Okay. Okay.
you. All right. As you come into view, you see similar people. You see and well, two. So you see one wood elf with a flashy red hat and noble-like clothing. You see a bald man wearing elaborate robes with his back to you. You have one colt that seems to be in the basic robes and two in the slightly more elaborate, and one grell waiting.
There's like what, 6, 7 people slash creatures.
So that is 6.
Okay.
Everyone, while standing at attention, they make no moves towards you as you enter. What are we doing?
Yeah,
Do
I want.
they,
Go ahead.
do they continue chanting?
Yes.
Okay. Can I tell what they're saying?
What language do you speak?
Oh no, where is it? Abyssal and primordial and dwarven.
Okay. Yes, you do kind of make out some of the words of the chant. From what you can tell, it's a ritual toward a great old one. What's his name? I said it earlier.
Yernu.
Yeah. Like, where did Poe go? That guy.
And so I also have abyssal. Is it an abyssal?
Yes.
Okay. So I would understand it as well.
Yep.
Dog.
He also speaks abyssal.
He's just not very fluent. So what's going on here, folks?
Yeah,
So
if we can.
you do further approach.
Genuine question.
All right. They don't really respond. They continue their ritual.
So, do we want them to stop the ritual?
Yeah,
Or
Probably.
bad thing that they're doing.
can we do this by like persuasion methods instead of attacking methods? Because there's a lot of them.
You can try anything.
And
You
they're
can
not-
try anything.
They're not attacking us at the moment, so.
Can anyone be like really loud and grab their attention?
I have a bell. I could pull my bell out and ring it.
I was thinking like thaumaturgy maybe, but
Otherwise, no.
Yeah. Okay.
I could go up and ring it in the guy's face.
Just start throwing ribbons everywhere.
Perform a ribbon dance.
So as you come through, the layout of this room is, as you come up, it seems like there's two sets of pews right at the very back, and then a large open area, followed by an altar, and then a ritual circle, and further forward. Um, Everyone, facing the ritual circle behind, like on your side of the altar, is where our what you're going to assume to be Lord Vladis is. Uh, Facing you toward that is the wood elf, and there are two young cultists assisting with the chanting, and the two uh, more senior cultists are supporting the wood elf, facing you. So it's kind of just so you're aware of like what's in the surroundings, as you further enter the room. Right now, I have you guys on either side, just behind both pews.
Would breaking the circle stop the ritual? Is that something I would even know?
Go ahead and roll an Arcana check.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's
Probably not.
Yeah.
Oh, I roll. I got 17.
Okay. From being a barbarian, you've messed some things up, and people have gotten mad at you for you. So, I mean, you assume that sometimes break the circle, get in trouble. Probably a good bet at times.
Good thing to try out.
So we could do that, which would get their attention, but also might make them fight us. So
is there any way to avoid the potential fight, given the scenario we're in?
I don't know.
So let's try it.
So you further approach?
Yeah.
Okay. So as you pass the second set of pews, go ahead and roll initiative, because immediately as you pass the second pews, the two cultists are going to step forward, looking at those that carry direct immediate weapons, and roll wisdom saving throws. They're going to command grovel. So on our rogue and barbarian.
And for initiative.
I also got a 10.
And you said a wisdom saving?
Yep.
21.
Okay, you succeed. You are not affected by the command word.
I got a 0.
Oh no!
So immediately you pass. They step forward, yell command grovel. A rogue is unfazed, but you immediately drop to your knees and bow, and you will be prone at the start of combat here. Shanine, what's your initiative?
11.
11. And Keela.
19.
Wow.
It's a fast bar.
Nice.
And we go.
Bard's killing it over
Once
here.
again, you are starting us off. So now, ahead of you, you are coming in from. Are you with the barbarian or are you with the wizard? Or wait, yeah, or with a rogue. Sorry.
I'll be with the rogue.
So you want right. Okay. So you are coming in. So to your left center, there is the three, and with a growl. So there is two cultists that have just stepped forward, yelling out their command words, with a wood elf with dressed very extravagantly behind them, and a grell hovering over the altar in front of our ritual head, I guess, with two cultists either side of him.
And they're like in attack mode now.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know. Let's let's go with Thunderclap. Let's try to get some damage on there.
Okay.
So they need a Constitution saving throw of 15.
Okay, what's the area of effect?
5 feet. So probably can't get all of them.
So I think that okay. Yeah, you can hit the two cultists because they are side by side.
Yeah, let's do that.
And it's Constitution saving throw?
Yeah.
19?
Well,
That's a success. And nat one, so fail. All right, and so what is the success and failure rules? Is it just half damage, or is it avoid all damage?
the one that fails gets damage.
Okay.
So let me do that one. Seven.
7?
Mhm.
Okay. 7 points of damage there. All right. Next up is our cult, the two cultist turns. After being in there, they are going to. You guys are beyond their movement, so they are going to fan out and go to either side of the room to start them off, and they will hold their actions. All right. Our wood elf is going to step forward, kind of go straight down the room. He's going to look toward our prone barbarian and cast hold person.
There's a love joke in there somewhere.
Right.
It's so lonely.
So it is going to be another wisdom saving throw.
Great. Am I at disadvantage since I'm prone, or
No,
no?
because
Okay.
it's wisdom. Your proneness has no effect on this. This is
All right. It's just unfortunate because I'm bad. So that's a 5.
okay. So with that, you're gonna have to make another wisdom saving throw to escape it, but you are currently paralyzed for 1 minute.
Oof.
And then he
A
will.
lot of rounds.
It's 10. That's the whole.
Yeah.
Technically, it should be a whole combat unless you until you succeed.
Yeah, it's a lot of rounds.
Following that, the Grell floating just above our head ritualist turns and floats down the center as well, kind of holding position, maintaining distance between his companions. Next up is our head ritualist. He continues doing what he's doing, and that brings us to Shanine.
Okay. I am going to send an acid arrow at the Grell.
Okay.
Okay, so that is a nat 20.
Okay.
Ooh.
Plus
So-
5 to hit.
So max damage plus your dice.
So many. It's 44. I'm just going to roll it in the app.
It's 4d4.
Yeah.
Okay,
So I
so
rolled
so
an
it's 4 times 4,
11.
so you're going to do 16 guaranteed. 16 plus 44 plus what?
Just 44.
It's just 44, so you're guaranteed 16. And then do your 44 again and then add that.
44 again. It's a 10.
So 10, so you're doing 26.
Nice.
Ooh.
26 acid damage.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then it'll take 2d4 acid damage at the end of its next turn.
Okay. You have to remind me.
Okay. There's just one Grell, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that your full turn? Any movement anywhere?
How close is everyone to us?
So right now, from where you are, there is a cultist about 35 feet ahead of you, directly ahead of you, behind few pillars here and there. Diagonally is where we have our wood elf dude. He is about 20 feet diagonally toward the center of the room to you. And the Grell that you just shot is about 10 feet behind him.
Okay.
But also 10 feet up.
Right. I'll stay for now.
All right. Andrea, wisdom saving throw.
Yeah. Six.
All right. You are still held and paralyzed and prone.
Super comfy. Feel great.
And Emma.
So are the two cultists that moved sort of to the edge of the room, are those the ones that were in front of us?
Everyone's in front of you.
Well, like,
But they're the ones that
were
stepped
coming
out,
towards
yes.
us. So they were
Yes.
the ones that moved. Okay.
Yeah, they split up. in that.
Okay. So then it's the wood elf, and then the floaty guy, and then the head honcho.
Right.
Okay.
Straight down the middle of the room.
Straight down the middle. Yeah, just based on my location. And wood elf guys 30 feet in front of me.
No, because you're still off to the side. You haven't moved yet. So he's right now actually he's probably about 15 feet to you're coming you want right, so he's 15 feet left in the center of the room.
So I want to pull out my short bow and aim for the grell. I want to go for the grell with the short bow.
Okay.
Seven.
7 does not hit. All right, and next up we have our 2 cultists that are assisting with the ritual. They will continue to hold their place and continue assisting, and that brings us back to the top with Keela. What do you want to do?
Gotta go with Shatter. I'm just gonna keep doing it.
Where are you casting Shatter? So this is Shatter is 20 feet, right?
It is 10 feet.
10 feet radius. So you can hit one person with Shatter.
Okay.
What's the range? 90?
60.
60? With where you are, you can hit a cultist that's about 35 feet in front of you. You can hit the it's gonna be too far. So you can actually you can hit pretty much anyone.
Okay. And who's the closest to me?
Closest to you is one of the cult, or actually, it is going because of the way he moved is our wood elf friend, with the fancy red hat.
Maybe we should go for him.
Eccentric close. Okay.
Yep.
Constitution.
Yes.
Roll your damage. He rolled a 17, so he'll take half.
Okay. $20. So
he'll take 10. Definitely dazed him a little bit here. But next up are our cultists that had spread out initially. They will run forward to the nearest people directly in front of them, which is going to be Rogue and our prone barbarian. They are going to reach their hand out and inflict wounds. So that's going to be 21 to hit against Emma.
Can I use Uncanny Dodge to have the damage since I can see them?
Tell me, Uncanny Dodge, read it for
When
me.
an attacker that you can see hits you with an attack, you can use your reaction to have the attack's damage against you. It takes one reaction.
You can, then.
Okay.
And... Oh, man, even with the advantage on a prone person that's paralyzed, it's 8 to hit our barbarian.
No.
His spell just does. But for that, let's go ahead. Oops. So that is 14 damage, and with Uncanny Dodge, that'll be half the 7.
Oh,
7 necrotic. All right. Next up, we have our friend, Wood Elf. And he is going to then look over and cast Sacred Flame over on you, Emma. So that will be a dexterity saving throw.
okay. I also have resistance to fire.
It's radiant damage.
Okay. The other thing I was just reading. What was I just reading about? Dex saves. When evasion, when you are subjected to an effect that allows you to make a dex saving throw to take only half damage, you instead take no damage if you succeed on the saving throw and only half damage if you fail.
Right. Okay.
Okay. 14. No, that's not with my that's 20 with my
Okay. So you
modifier.
will succeed and take no damage.
Yes.
All right. Next up is the Grell. He will move to the closest. It's not seeing the barbarian as a threat. He will move over and attempt to attack Emma with its tentacles first.
Okay.
14.
That is my AC.
Okay, meets beats. You will take 8 points of piercing damage, and I will need a Constitution saving throw. 8.
8.
All right, you are paralyzed. At the start of your turn, we will need another. We will need a. Yeah, another Constitution saving throw to see if it remains. It will then strike with its beak with advantage. And that's a 10, so it'll miss.
Yep.
Our people at the head of the room are going to maintain their ritual.
And is the girl done?
And the Grell's den, yes. So
2d4 acid damage.
Roll it.
At the end of its turn. 3.
Okay. And that brings us to you, though. It's also your turn.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna magic missile.
Who are you aiming it at?
I'll send them all at the Grell.
Okay. How many?
3.
3. And those are attack rolls?
I think
Or dex saving?
they just hit.
They just hit?
They just hit.
Do you have to roll damage?
Yeah.
Okay. Do that then.
Okay. Okay. A dart deals 1d4 plus 1. So I roll 3 times, right?
Yep.
Okay. So that's 5 and 10.
10 damage on the Grell. All right. Barbarian wisdom saving throw.
Evan.
I'm sorry.
It's fine.
All right, that brings us to Emma. Wisdom save or Constitution saving throw.
5.
Still paralyzed.
Yeah.
Cultists will continue, and that brings us back to Keela.
Okay. We're gonna try a hypnotic pattern spell.
You? Who are we casting this on?
It says it can affect anyone within a 30-foot cube. So how many can I get with that?
You can get 3. So you can get a Grell, a cultist, and the wood elf, but only one of the cultists on either end.
Yeah, that's fine. Let's do that.
Okay. And what happens? So within the pattern appears for a moment and vanishes. Each creature in the area who sees the pattern must make... Oh, the Grell will be unaffected.
Oh, because it's not... Okay,
it does not have vision itself. It just sees everything
Yeah,
within 60 feet of it for the most part.
That's fine.
But the other 2 will make wisdom saving throws. Um, 21 for our noble friend. And a 9 for our cult friend.
Okay. So it worked on the cult guy.
Okay. And our cult guy failed save, creature become and is charmed. And so it's incapacitated and can't move. Okay. But if it takes damage, it's done. It's out of it. But it's for next minute. And that brings it to his turn, which is over. The other cult on the other side, though, is in range and had previously failed. So instead, it's just going to take out its dagger and attempt to stab the fallen barbarian, the prone barbarian. $13?
No.
So incompetent.
You're not moving. They can't see you.
Object permanence is terrible in these ones.
It's like, take off the hood, damn it. Next up, we do have our noble friend who is going to run over and try to show the cultists how to do this.
How to do their jobs.
Apparently. 20 to hit. Just making sure you don't have some weird modifier. But 3 damage.
3 damage. Okay. Is that the full?
Yep.
So he hits, but not a lot.
No.
Barbarian's still taking it. It's incapacitated, pretty much. The Grell will continue holding with its tentacles, so it is going to make an attack with its beak. $17. Hit. Emma?
For me?
Yep.
Yes.
All right. And that will be 8 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
Our friends at the front will continue their ritual. And that brings us to Shanine.
All right. The Grell is still up.
Yes.
All right.
Oh, sorry.
gonna-
End of turn 2d4, right?
I think that was just on his next turn.
Just for the next turn?
Yeah.
It wasn't continuous into
No.
infinity.
It just says at the end of its next turn.
Oh, okay.
So not all turns.
Not all turns. Wasn't for like a minute.
No.
Like
Sadly.
some things.
Yeah. I have to verify.
All right. I will Ray of Frost him.
Okay.
Oh, maybe not. That's a 9 to hit.
Misses.
Yeah.
Okay. And doing anything else? No movement? Anything?
No.
Okay. Wisdom saving throw. Andrea?
Oh, it's me. That's a 6.
I need you to. I'm giving you advantage now.
Oh, okay, great.
Since your friend's right there.
That's a 12.
Okay. Pass. I just needed to roll above a 10.
That's such a low. Man.
It's like a 50% chance. Like it should only last 2 turns. Okay, so you are no longer paralyzed, but you are prone. You can use half your movement to get up. You are in melee combat with 2 characters, the wood elf
Excellent.
and the cultist.
All right, I would like to get up and invoke rage because super mad after all that. And then I'll take a double like a multi-attack. One on each of them.
Okay.
So for the first one's a 14.
Hits.
Okay. So that's 12 damage.
Okay.
And
Second
then
hit.
the second one's a 9.
9 to hit. Misses.
I'm a little rusty.
You were just paralyzed. Still, the toxins are still leaving your body.
Yeah.
And Emma.
Hey. Okay, that's a 19.
You succeed your Constitution saving throw. You are no longer paralyzed, but you are still restrained.
Good. Turn that off.
So you have
And-
possible for a strength to escape.
Yes, why not? I'm just gonna go ahead and try to not be restrained. With a 14.
Let me look at these. Fail. So you are still grappled.
Hang it. Technically, I have my short sword in my hand. Does that help in any way?
You don't have your short sword in your hand.
No.
Because
Oh, that's right, because
you
I
had
pulled
your
out
bow.
my. Never mind. Yeah. I put that away to pull out my bow. Okay, never mind then.
You had your sword out last combat, like
Yeah,
right at
yeah.
the end.
Yeah.
All right. Our cultists continue and Keela, you are up.
Let's do Thunderclap again.
Who are we targeting?
Who's within 5 feet of me?
The cultist.
Yeah, that guy.
And that's what? Constitution, right?
Yes.
For Thunderclap?
Yes.
10.
Okay. So damage 5.
5 points. That's gonna bring that cultist. Nope, still up. Okay. Next up are our cultists. One is incapacitated, so one that just got hit is going to reach back out to our barbarian friend who his hands were on previously and attempt for inflict wounds. And a 19.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay, so how? Seven points of necrotic damage.
Okay. Does that half at all, or
It's necrotic, so it's
Okay.
not piercing, bludgeoning, slashing.
okay?
And then it's our noble's turn. What else can they do? He's gonna kind of swing around though and attempt to lash out at the bard real quick just to distract him. Oops. And that is a nat 20.
Oof.
And that will be
Critical success right there.
16 points of piercing.
Yikes.
Next up is our Grell. It's going to continue to maintain its hold on our rogue friend and attempt
Versus.
to beak attack. Second nat 20. So that's going to be 16 points of piercing damage.
Oh no.
Our cultists still working on their ritual. Emma, you are up next. Or, no, sorry. Shanine, you are up next.
Okay. We're going for another ray of frost on the Grell. That is a nat 20.
Okay.
Woo!
So what is your dice roll?
2d8.
2d8, so guaranteed 16. And actually, sorry, no, don't even roll it.
Okay.
Grell is down, and our rogue is no longer restrained as the tentacles loosen,
Great.
and the Grell falls and collapses to the ground.
Got him.
Great.
Barbarian.
Thanks, Janine.
Andrea.
Okay. So how far away am I from the circle?
40 feet.
40 feet. Okay. Yeah, that's not gonna work. if I I don't want to take a bunch of attack of opportunity damage. And I've got like 2 people on me, right?
Right. You have a cultist and the
No, wood elf.
yeah, and the wood elf.
All right. So can I grab the wood elf and drag him with me, and for like as much movement as I can go, just so that we can get a little closer to the circle?
First, we'll have to see if you can grab him. That's going to be a contested strength check.
Okay.
And then that is your action, and I will allow you move half your movement while
Okay.
dragging him.
Okay. So my full movement is 35.
Okay. I'll allow you to move 20 feet
20 feet. Okay.
while pulling him if you succeed in grabbing him.
Okay. So it's a strength check?
Yep.
Just straight strength.
Straight strength.
So that's just like a d20 plus my strength mod, right?
Yes.
That's a 6.
You succeed. He rolled
Oh.
he rolled a 4. So you grab him and you kind of charge forward 20 feet, dragging him. You are going to get 1 attack of opportunity by our cult friend. And that's going to be a dirty 20.
Yep.
So you will take 6 points down to 3 because you are raging. 3 points of piercing. All right. And Emma.
I am going to use my greater healing potion because I need it,
Okay.
which is 44 plus 4. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so that's 12. And then, I am going to move. There's no one near me now because the grill's down and
There is a cultist near you.
well within like damage attack radius is what I'm asking.
Yeah, the cultist
Okay.
is right in front of you. He's just
Okay,
incapacitated.
Okay, so I'm gonna go for him. I'm gonna put away my arrow thingy, pull out my sword, and swing for him.
You're going to hit him?
He's right near me, right?
Yes. But he's charmed.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure.
I'm
which
just
guy was
reiterating that.
So,
Yeah.
not gonna hit that guy then. Gonna keep him where he is. In that case, I'm gonna move away from him because I'm just gonna move away.
Okay.
Period.
Are you moving back or forward?
Backwards.
So you're backing yourself back down the hall.
Like 15 feet.
Okay.
So that I still have like visual
you're at the
range
very back
of the room,
but like
okay,
just
can
at
I
the
like
entrance
go
of the hall.
around him? I want to stay in the room and like go like move away from him like into the room somewhere.
Yeah, you can definitely do
in
that.
a corner.
Okay,
that's what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
I'm gonna move into a corner of the room, so I'm still in the room, just away from the cultist.
Okay. So you move forward up into the room, but being sure to maintain a space on the in the wall.
Yeah.
Okay. And that brings us back to Keela.
Okay, remind me who's left.
So right now we still have the noble, which has been moved 20 feet forward from you, being held by uh, by Andrea, and we have uh, a cultist, which is in combat to you, with you, range to you, and another cultist that is incapacitated by your hypnosis, I believe. Um, and then the two cultists and the ritual mage at the front.
Okay, let's thunderclap the cultist again. The one in combat with me.
Okay. Constitution 19.
Okay.
And that's a full success, no damage, right? For Thunderclap?
Yeah, full success.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Okay. Cultist now looks to you and is going to attempt to stab you. $12?
That's my exact number.
So you'll take 5 points of piercing damage. Noble is going to our wood elf dude is going to attempt to free himself. So roll me a strength check, Andrea. I should just say you won, but it's possible you could roll a 1.
Yeah, that's a 19 plus
Yep.
4.
You maintain your grip. You're not very strong. He's gonna attempt while he's being carried by you. So I'm gonna have him roll attack with disadvantage. Definitely a fail. And yeah. And so that brings us to Shanine. What are you doing?
So, how far away is the Lord from me?
From you, since you really haven't moved, he's about 45 feet.
Okay. So I'm gonna run in his direction.
Okay. 30 feet,
And-
or are you using a dash?
Well, I can move 25.
Oh, sorry, dwarf. 25
will
feet
also
or a dash?
Not be dashing.
Okay, so 25 feet toward him, so you are 20 feet away.
And I will Ray of Frost him.
Okay. Roll attack with advantage. His back is to you, and he is occupied with a ritual.
Okay, that is a 17.
17 to hit. Hits.
Yeah. Okay. That is 12.
12 points. He is going to roll to maintain. He does. Perfect. And Andrea. Get him.
Okay. So I'm gonna take the wood elf and just like pick him up and slam him into the ground so that he's like laying like on his back, and then I want to run and just try to like skid through the circle and like break it.
Okay.
Pulling a Hulk.
Yeah.
Okay. So go ahead and I don't even know what to do for this. Roll a strength check.
Okay. It's 18.
18. So I'm gonna say. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do. Say you pretty much get for every 5 months. So 15. That'll put you. I'm gonna do 30 feet of fall damage
Okay.
as the slamming damage.
I mean, I'm not that tall, so it's
Right, but
you
you are
that high off the ground.
You're accelerating him since you are slamming him down.
So am I rolling damage or are you?
I'm rolling damage.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Well, you slam him down and he, like, as soon as he hits the ground, you feel his body go limp.
Oh. Oof.
And you sprint forward, attempting to slide through the circle. Unfortunately, that circle isn't like powder or chalk. It is blood, and it has dried and cured to the surface in which it is written.
Those poor people.
But you find yourself, you are standing in the middle of the ritual circle, now facing the mage and 2 cultists that continue the ritual. So you standing there, since you have entered the circle, you feel a strange sensation come over you. Roll a wisdom saving throw.
No. Not another one. Okay, it's a 15.
Okay. You will succeed. And you maintain yourself. Next is Emma.
Hey.
For barbarian.
Still technically have my crossbow out.
Yeah. You still have your short bow, yes.
Since short bow, whatever it is. Since I have an ally within 5 feet of the mage.
She's not within 5 feet.
She's not? Okay.
She's in the circle.
I'm still gonna aim and shoot. I just won't get the sneak attack.
Right.
Uh, 13.
13 does not hit.
Okay. How far roughly would I be from the circle along the edge of the room?
Assuming you travel the edge of the room as a result. You are 35 feet walking the perimeter.
I'm gonna move You said 35?
Yes.
So I'm going to move 10 feet up.
Okay.
And that's going to be my turn.
Okay. The cultists that have been assisting him this round begin to fan out, walking the perimeter of the circle a little more. And they are going to, in unison, attempt and do... So we'll do Sacred Flame. So Dex saving throw with on our barbarian friend standing in the middle of the circle.
I got a nat 1 plus 2 for 3, so
Okay. You will take 6 points of radiant damage. And that brings us back to our bard, Keela.
Question. Can I use healing word on myself?
Yes.
Or does it have to be someone else? Okay. So I probably need to do that.
Okay. You are still in combat with the cultist.
Yeah.
They're like, she knows shatter. She can handle this. No, I'm just kidding. Everyone left you behind.
I can do the healing word as a bonus action, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I can attack and then do that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And you know, looking at him, he's hurting.
Yeah, I know he's
So
close.
you really just need to make contact.
Yeah. All right.
I'm gonna throw that out there.
Let's go for shatter again this time.
Shatter again?
Yeah.
Okay, he's down because shatter is half damage on a fail.
Okay, great.
that is literally how close he was.
Perfect.
And the damage for shatter is what? What were you gonna roll?
Let's see. $15.
Yeah. Not even close. Like
Okay.
you need to roll like a below a 4 for him to possibly stay up.
Gotcha.
So cultist is down, so you can do your bonus action.
Okay. So for healing word. Okay, so I roll for that.
Yep. And just recover your health.
Yes. Okay, I get 7. Okay.
Okay. Our mage kind of aware is going to maintain his place and continue the ritual. And that brings us to Shanine.
Okay. Is there a way to do a 15-foot cone in that direction without hitting Andrea?
Yes, as long as you don't enter, like, don't go full um, melee range. Get into full melee range to him.
Okay. Yeah, if
Because
I stay where
if
I'm
you
at.
if you get right behind him, it'll hit her. But if anything outside of that,
Okay. Do I catch the cultists in that at all, or just him?
just him.
Okay. All right. I'm going to do Burning Hands, though. It's a Dex 13 saving throw.
What level spell?
Just first level for now.
Counter spell.
Nuts.
Let me do this. So you're casting at first level. So that's an 11. And counterspell does not follow through. He fails the counterspell.
Oh. Sucks to be him.
Should have cast it on a higher level. Because if I cast it at 3, since it's 2 levels above, it's a guaranteed cancel.
Sometimes little and sneaky is not so bad.
So
Okay.
it's dex saving.
Yeah.
16.
Ah. Yeah.
Is that no damage or half?
Half.
So roll damage. Surprising dexterous mage.
9. So 4, I guess.
Okay. Andrea.
Okay. Is anyone close to me right now?
So about 10 feet ahead of you, behind the altar, is the ritual cultist, and then 10 feet to either side of you are cultists.
All right. Can I just like run and tackle the ritual cultist to try to like knock him to the ground?
Yeah.
All right. I would like to do that.
Okay. Contested strength throw.
Okay. So 18?
Darn it. Yeah. It's a magic user. He has no strength. So you run and you kind of leap over the altar. And as you're coming down, you just grab him in the face and bring him and shove him down. He is prone. I'm gonna roll this with disadvantage. And fails to maintain concentration on the ritual. So it is canceled. And with that, our other 2 cultists are going to kind of surrender, seeing that the ritual has been interrupted and they know they don't have a chance. All right, so it brings us out of combat. Andrew, you are holding Lord Vladis's head face in your hand, and you have slammed him to the ground. What are you guys doing?
All right. I'll walk up to where she has him pinned and say, Lord Vialis, your household's blood cries out. What have you done?
He doesn't fully acknowledge. It's like it's like my family was but a stepping stone for access to greater power.
That's gross. I'm gonna shove him a little
A
harder.
little harder. Shanine, you feel a prodding and connection coming from the altar. Uh, where you find a sphere, but it's a sphere that seems to be a container.
A container of souls?
No,
No.
more like if it's physical.
Oh.
You don't sense necessarily magic from it, but you are feeling kind of similar to when you interacted with the journal.
All right, I'm gonna touch it then.
Okay, nothing really happened. Like nothing happens when you touch it, but well, like nothing. Like I'm not having you rolling a sim. A similar chill fills the place, and four figures form from the sphere amongst the mist and vapor. Again, tongues cut out, and they begin to dissipate. From those figures, you see one older woman, two young boys, and one young girl.
I will speak their names. Lady Maria, Malik, Janus, Tiana.
They, again, the chill fills and they present themselves.
How may you be set free?
Lady Maria, kind of with you being the one asking questions, Lady Maria approaches you and envelops yourself. Roll a wisdom saving throw unless you are willing.
I am willing.
Okay. Having seen it before, you kind of know this is the best way of communication. Granted, you won't necessarily hear, but your partners can fill you in. Their ashes must be spread in hollowed ground. Grant them eternal rest. Essentially, you can spread their ashes amongst in a mausoleum or amongst a hollowed in a official graveyard, and that would allow them to be put to rest.
So this container they emerge from, I assume, has their ashes in it.
Do you open it?
I don't know.
I already
guess.
touched it. It can't
Yeah.
be that bad.
I
Yeah.
want to go poke it with a stick, meaning my sword. Gently.
So upon opening it, yes, you do discover that yes, that this magical focus that the mage had been using is ultimately the remains of his family, and from what you can tell. Well, it is very obviously ashes based on the present, the the, the spirits being presenting. You assume these are the ashes of his family.
All right. So we take this guy to jail and we spread the ashes. Is that a plan?
Let's call the cops.
911, what is your emergency?
With you being in this room, combat has resolved. You do notate that there is a back exit to the caves, and stairs leading down into what appears to be some tunnels.
So the exit just keeps going down instead of up.
Right. With the opportunity, you've solved everything for the most part, but there are a couple unresolved things. I will just say, like, and we'll kind of bring this to an end. Following Lord Villas's retreat, and having turned him over to the authorities, you would want to return to the tower and further explore, see if anything was missed. There is still the matter of missing people, as well as young Fargo. In doing so, you do find cells, and in one of those cells is actually
Oh, the sun!
Vecin.
I knew it.
Who apologizes, having heard of having some of his suspicions kind of confirmed based on your tale. He felt that he would seek out justice. After interacting with some cultists, he was subdued due to the power word commands, and but also you do see immediately as you come down, kind of guarding the cells and being told to remain. It is young Fargo that is the jailkeeper.
Forgot about him, and I was worried we had killed him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
did
we
we
did.
kill everybody that we fought, or did we just kind of knock them out?
You killed a few people, but for the most part, depending, like,
Is the wood elf still alive?
I mean, we
yes,
knocked out
he's-
that one
the
guy
wood
on
elf
the
is
road.
the wood elf is alive. That was feral.
And the wood elf and I get coffee.
I mean, you did say you are.
You ask him out for coffee.
We both fell for each other during the battle, you know.
Yeah,
Literally.
So the wood elf is feral, and you did tell his followers that are back in town that you are his
It's your
girlfriend.
birthday.
Be a liar, so
We'll see how he feels when he comes to, and I don't know how that's gonna work in prison, but
I swept him off his feet.
but in those cells, yeah, and you do find various other people that may have been potentially used for the ritual, and you also within you do find various spell books and things of the sort amongst Lord Veryl's stuff in his study and stuff. Once you have gained access and gone through and made sure everyone's free, having rescued Veckin, he does escort all the villagers and everyone back that has gone missing, and even takes it upon himself to further travel and inform any lost people on your behalf. Um, but yeah, and but that brings our yellow whatever
Crest.
yellow crest
I wrote
story
it
to
down.
an end. Man. And you will, based on certain things that have happened, um, while you will need your characters ultimately understand, or Shanine, your character understands that while certain peace has been brought to Sarah, you feel that you may have to return to Candlekeep to destroy the journal and uh, for to truly free her um, from her situation. But to return to Candlekeep, you will have to return with promised, uncatalogued works. All right. Well, thank you guys so much. Quick sign off for those who joined us tonight. This has been a one shot of Candlekeep Mysteries. Um, for faithful our D&D podcast, or portion segment channel, I don't know, of Faithful Hedrons.
Concept.
With us, we had our special guests, Andrea. Do you have, if you met Janine on Twitter?
Yeah.
Okay, if you want to plug that, you feel free to plug your Twitter here or any other socials.
Your comic.
I have a comic.
And your comic. Yeah.
That's probably the most interesting offering I have. It's on Webtoon. It's called Powerless. There are a couple webtoons called Powerless. So it's you can find my comic Twitter at Andy Lou Comics, and then you can find the links with that. So.
Andy Lou Comics, and we'll post this hopefully at least on our YouTube page when this goes up. And Keela.
You can find me on sorry.
Yes.
I don't have any comics to share. But I have lots of commentary on geeky things and sarcastic comments and some creative writing to share on Instagram and Twitter at KD Subcreations. So y'all can find me there.
Awesome. And I've been your DM tonight. I'm Chris, and you can find me at I'm Not So Foreign is my personal. And be sure to check out our First Geek stuff. We're One Geek 411 on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Join our Discord. Visit our website. Google us. And Shanine.
I'm the Hoot and Howl on Twitter and Hoot and Howl Tales, TALES on Instagram.
And Emma.
I am not prepared with an eye on all platforms. Yeah.
And thank you for joining us, and wash your hands.
Play a game.